Good morning. Hey everybody, welcome in. What's up, Lord of Dragon? We're working on more character stuff today, but in the meantime, I have decided that I'm pretty damn sure we're gonna use 3D Coat. So to help pay for that, we're gonna put up a donation goal. I don't expect to be paid off anytime soon, or like achieved anytime soon, I guess. But over time, I think I technically have enough money in PayPal via like Patreon and stuff to do it right now. But we don't like dipping into that because it's like our extra, like we have to dip into it like every month to pay our bills. So it's like, yeah, like it's like the only savings we have left right now. So I don't want to spend the money in it if we don't have to. So I'm gonna set up a donation goal for it and we'll see what happens. So it is around $437, I think. So I'm gonna put 450 because that'll cover taxes. I'll set it to January 1st just so it has a while. Cool. Oh, did that not work? I hit save, why didn't it show up? Properties. Okay. I don't know why this isn't working. What if I switch scenes? No, I don't know why I thought that was gonna work. Maybe it just needs a while to like set up, like refresh, update. There's a Streamlabs plugin for OBS that allows me to set this up. I don't get it. I don't know why it's not showing up. I definitely have the source in there. Well, that's dumb. All right, well, whatever. I guess we will wait for that to update or something, or I'll figure out how to do it later. I don't know. It's not showing up. I might have to go install the plugin or something. Anyway, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? I worked on, like I did a lot of references last night because I was trying to build all these little like extra pieces for the character mesh, right? And we've got a lot of junk on here that looks kind of silly right now. Like I think these pants look kind of goofy, but like they're just extra pieces to like snap on. I don't know, they might be like a little big. But I don't know. I feel like with the right like gear, they might look kind of cool. I don't know. I just wanted some more extra things. So like the pants didn't have anything like this. So now they do. I was also thinking about like doing like pockets or like bags on the side, like I guess like cargo pants. I don't know. Same with like maybe some on the belt, but I'm also thinking maybe those could just be like meshes we attach that just get like socketed on. I don't know. Because I just don't want to do like a ton of stuff that we like takes up a lot of texture space for the gear slots, but I've also got like a bunch of extra pieces for the boots. I put these on for like metal like caps or whatever for the boots. I don't know if they're gonna look stupid or not. They look kind of neat, I guess, but I do feel like they add a little bit of like extra oomph to them, I guess, to make boots look bigger. I'm thinking about adding some elbow pads that I'll probably wait to just be like on the forearm so they don't like fold, right? Which also could mean that they could just be like meshes we just snap on. I'm kind of questioning this piece right here. I like it a lot. It looks cool, but if you have shoulder pieces on, like a shoulder pad on, this might clip through too much. So I'm worried about that happening. So I don't know. That'd be part of the chest, I think. But I think that'd be a really cool like addition to have like scarf pieces like that, or like whatever you want to call this. The back kind of has like a hood looking like section to it. I also threw a hat on here just for fun. It's not super necessary. I don't know, I thought this gave it a very like Fable-esque kind of feel, and I love the art style of Fable, so I'm kind of vibing with it a lot. But yeah, I didn't realize how like Fable we were like kind of leaning with like the character models and stuff, but it's very Fable. I'm kind of, I don't hate it. I also did a robe bottom here, which we can just snap over here. And then I did like a skirt. So the robe has like a bottom piece on it. Like I just kind of like pulled it inside a little bit, just so if you're like kind of underneath the character a little bit, you can see some like thickness to it. And I didn't do that with the skirt, and the reason is because I thought the skirt would be cool to use like some transparency on, to have like torn pieces and stuff, or like pieces of like armor coming out on the sides or whatever, so we can use like transparency for that. I did do that on the top though, so we could have like this cool thing, but we could also just like paint that out with transparency too, and it just wouldn't show up if we didn't want it. So yeah, I thought if I put like the thickness around it or something on the bottom, that might be, I guess we could also do it. I don't know. It's probably not a big deal. What's up, Sir Drippy? You're okay? Cool. That's good, I guess. Better than not okay. Anyway, all these boot pieces need to be moved over to the other one. I also made this set, or these pieces, yesterday. All of this got weird. Here we go. Just to have some extra like detail here. And then I also set up UVs. So I did all the UVs. This is the base body UV, and then I started working on the UV sets for, like, this is the body. We're gonna have one for boots. This is just the boot piece, and then we're gonna grab all these extra pieces and UV these and lay them out, so we can texture paint just like one boot for armor. And then we'll have a UV set for gloves, chest, legs, and I also did a tattoo one, which would just be an overlay that goes over the top of that. I don't know. I've always had this idea for like several years now that I love the idea that like players could get like tattoos, like magical tattoos that just give you like stat boosts or whatever, or maybe like abilities or something. I'm sure it probably stemmed from the first Far Cry 3. Sorry, not the first Far Cry game. The first good Far Cry game, I guess. But yeah, Far Cry 3, you get like a tattoo up your arm, which is like your skill tree, and it's a really cool concept. So I always like the idea of like tattoos as like power. I'm sure a lot of that comes from like why can I not think of the name of it? Like Hawaiian culture, before Hawaiian though, like, you know what I'm talking about, like Moana, that kind of like culture. My brain, sorry, no offense, I'm not trying to be offensive, I just cannot think of the name of it. But yeah, like that kind of culture. Could be better. Yeah, we've been there. Anyway, yeah, I like the idea of that. So I wanted to do like an extra UV set for that, just in case we decide to do it, because I think that would be really cool. Like, how cool would it be if you like there was like what if there was even a class where like you didn't wear like chest armor and you just had like tattoos, and that was like your armor or whatever. I don't know how that would work, but That could be really cool. Maybe you just don't even have like a chest slot, or you do, but you just put like a tattoo, like something there. I don't know. Or maybe it's just an extra slot. Who knows? Anyway, I like the idea of it, so I put it on there because who knows? Maybe maybe we won't do anything with it. Maybe we do one day. Either way. What else did I do? That's about it. And then yeah, I just threw this hat together for fun because it looked cool. I don't know why we have. Do we have 2 objects for the hat? Why is some of this green? Obviously it needs to be UV'd. All of these pieces need to be UV'd. Still haven't UV'd any of these things, so probably gonna do that today. Unfortunately. And then what I'm really dreading is after I've got all these UV'd and set up and everything, then I need to merge them all and then rig it, all of them together, like all of them on one mesh, all one piece, which is fine. But then I have to figure out how I'm going to, I guess I need to like then duplicate the merged mesh, this whole mesh here, and then separate all the pieces individually and then get them snapped onto the dwarf model and the frog model. I've decided that all the other races are going to share the same human and female models, which means I also need to snap it onto the female model. And I also need a female dwarf version and a female toadkin. And then I think I've narrowed it down to the races we're gonna do. I think not necessarily like these are not locked in stone, but I really want to. I think people are gonna want some sort of elven race. So I think we're gonna like kind of spin it a little bit and go with like a dark elven race. Like I'm thinking like gray skin and like, I don't know, maybe like a drow kind of race. So they'll have the pointed ears, they'll have like the elven style or whatever, but they'll be more like dark natured or something. I don't know. So we'll have humans. I don't know what to call them yet. I'm thinking ashen elves would be kind of cool because they're like gonna have like gray skin or whatever. That'd be kind of cool. So ashen maybe they'll just call ashen. So humans, dwarves, ashen, god touched, but we might change the name of that too. They might just be Valkyrie. Who knows? Toadkin and dwarves. So that's 6 races. So I'll have 6 races to start. I'm kind of liking the idea of locking 2 of those behind like achievements of some sort, like you finish something in the game and you unlock those 2. I'm kind of leaning toward like ashen and maybe Valkyrie as those 2. So the beginning races would just be toadkin, dryad, human, and dwarf, which I think are perfect. That's fine. So yeah, that's kind of the target right now. What else? I have the engine open. I want to get the characters in today. So what I'm kind of thinking is I don't want to set up my tablet. It's sitting here, but I don't want to set it all up like on stream and try to like start painting on it because I'm really rusty and everything. I don't like doing that kind of stuff on stream anyway for some reason. I probably will eventually once we like get into the swing of things and I find like a workflow for it. But yeah, so what I might do is once we get these all UV'd, I might go in and we might set up some basic like equipment stuff in the engine that we can just like snap on. I guess we'll have to do it through material, but still, like I think maybe there's like an enum or something, or maybe use data to assets. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. We just literally just put on like textures, so we could just do like whatever for just temporarily, just to like check it or whatever. Maybe we'll like build like a tool or something to check it. But yeah, the idea is we're gonna set up a test environment sort of in the engine, so we can bring a character in and then slap textures on. So what we'll probably do is just open all the textures up in Affinity Designer, and we'll just throw some like simple gradients on or whatever. Just do like some super simple flat color textures on everything. Yeah, and then we'll have some basic setup. So I'm a little worried about faces. I've been thinking about faces more, and I'm not sure if we're gonna love having one shape for the head. but I also don't know if I want to swap heads out, because the only thing we can really change is like the jaw. We can't really change like the top of the head, which is probably fine anyway, so that way all the hats fit. Also, I'm worried about the frog still. I think the frog's just not going to have a helmet slot the more I think about it, at least for now. And then once we get more established and we have like kind of a workflow down and we know what we're doing and how much how much work there actually is to do in the game, then maybe we'll go and convert all the helmets to work for the Toadkin. So yeah, lots of planning going on, but I'm feeling good about the races. So if you guys have opinions on races, feel free to let me know. Or if there's like a race you'd really like to see in an MMO that you haven't seen before or whatever, I'm down for that. I don't want to go too alien because I want it to be familiar. Like I like, you know, kind of breaking from tradition with this game, because I feel like with Swords and Magic we did a little bit, like we did add Dryad, which is I've never seen a Dryad before other than Guild Wars 2. I guess they have a Dryad race, but it's called Sylvan, I think. But I've loved Dryads for like ever. Like that's always been my favorite thing. In fact, I even have, hang on. I'm back. This is like my favorite mini. It's a little dusty right now, but this is like my favorite mini I've ever painted. She's a Dryad. I think she's super cool. She's like super cool. She's like coming out of the tree. I just love like the vibe of like the nature-based, like, I don't know. It's cool to me. A construct race. I thought about that too, actually. I'm not opposed to the idea. That would be a really good place where we can swap out heads too, because the body could be like mechanical, which would be a lot of work. like we could do like gears for joints and stuff, which would be really cool. Are you thinking like construct like robot or construct like oh, ad break? Oh, I think you're a subscriber, DD. Never mind. Construct like robot or construct like stone construct, like magical. I think more magical would fit better. But I was also thinking we have Dryad, which is like super nature heavy, like that's like our, you know, like elven like druid race or whatever. And then we'll also have dwarves, which I think could be more mechanical, obviously, or like maybe even like tinkery kind of. So we have like the opposite side. We have like machinery and nature, so we have like a balance there, and then everything else is kind of in the middle. We'll have like the god touch, which would be like angels, and then we have the ashen, which would be like demons, and then we'll have Toadkin and humans, which are just kind of like neutral. I'm also thinking like humans will just be like what humans are in every game, you know, very like I guess like adventurous and things like that. And I was thinking about the Toadkin being more like nomadic, like wanderers maybe, or even like stoic sort of like monks, like a clay creation. That could be cool. I like the idea. That's a cool idea. I like the idea of it being stone or metal more than clay, I think. Though I guess it's like hardened clay, so it's kind of stone. Because then we can like do like carvings and stuff in it. I like the idea of like gears as joints, but I also like the idea of like a golem, like a stone golem with a bunch of like runic carvings, whatever, to bring it to life. Super easy to like justify that as being a playable race too. It like we literally just do the same thing we did with like the scarecrows in Swords and Magic, right? As well, now that we got around to playable race, but still we'll just have like a whole like once upon a time the, you know, people used to bring these constructs to life and then they like turned on them or whatever, and now they have sentience or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe like one person started making constructs and then I don't know, like where do they come from? I kind of like the idea that like maybe the dwarves like brought a bunch of constructs to life as like guards or whatever, and then someone was like, this isn't right, we can't just have like these sentient like slaves or whatever, so they just like set them free. Outbreak is finished now. Stone, clay, either or. Yeah. Ayo, what's up, Moz? Welcome in. I mean, Angel had a fight? What? Impeccable... What? Coloration? Got banned? Oh, I got it. Sorry. I'm so dumb. I'm like reading it like it's a message. I'm like, what's going on? Loving the models. Yeah, there's a lot of like doubled up pieces on this right now because they're gonna be like merged together. So there's like 3 different like glove pieces, 4 or 5 different glove pieces. And I'm thinking about doing like an elbow pad thing or whatever that would probably be part of the shirt. No, probably gloves. Probably. Like we need like some armor for that. I'm a little concerned about this clipping with shoulder armor, so this might have to be like dumbed down a little bit. Like we might get rid of this outer one, which kind of sucks because I think it's pretty cool looking. It could also be a situation where like, I don't know. Mutable can handle all the clipping issues. Well, like how does it handle clipping issues with like partial clipping? That's what I'm concerned about. Like let's just throw some like really simple, like let's say we made a, turn this off. Let's say we had like a super simple like mage armor or mage shoulder. Something like this maybe. This is really stupid looking. Let's go like this. If we just had like a simple like mage shoulder pad like this, whatever, we're gonna see some pretty big clipping, right? Like that's gonna be a problem, even if we like call it a cowl, even though it's not a cowl, whatever it's called. That's the first thing that came to mind. Okay, so we have like mage armor like this. This looks really dumb. Whatever. 10-second bottle. How do we make sure that doesn't clip with this? And do we have to like hide one or the other? Because if that's the case, like I don't really like that. Angel is one of your mods on TikTok. Did you guys had a fight on TikTok? On my on one of my TikTok videos? I don't know why I'm not getting notifications for anything TikTok related. Oh, maybe I don't have it installed anymore. Yeah, Angel's one of my mods here too, and on the Discord. Is there stuff going on my TikTok that I didn't know of? I assumed my TikTok was pretty much dead, so. Sorry, I'm open TikTok, so it's gonna play stupid TikTok anyway. I don't even know what my login is. Nope, not that, I guess. Try again. Let's try this one. I don't think this is the login. Suspicious activity detected. Okay, I can't log in right now, so I guess I'll never know. No, I'm her husband. What? Yeah, but I will be able to play as will I be able to play as my pink-haired, non-binary, daddy issues, dark cyborg nymph, love bomb with 1970s nerd glasses? Probably not. That might be a bit too specific. Maybe someday. You're her husband. Angel is pretty sure not female, last I knew. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Anyway, yeah, so I also found an art style that I really like and I kind of want to like lean toward for armor design. Unfortunately, I'm like 99% sure it's all AI generated, which sucks. But I found it on Pinterest. This is it. I really like the style of it. I don't know how we're gonna like. I don't think we're gonna match like the shape of the characters, whatever. But I really like the color, like the just like the vibe of it, I guess. Which is like super muted colors, which might be a bit of a problem, like overall. Like eventually we're gonna run out of like, you know, like interesting looking armor if we stick with all these super muted colors. But I'm gonna try to like kind of mute the colors a little bit at the beginning anyway, so our spell our spell effects and stuff like that really pop. But anyway, yeah. So I really like this like style and this like vibe. So we're gonna I'm gonna lean toward this when we're doing like our armor design and stuff and textures. I think it's really cool. Honestly, I'm not sure. I know it has tools for handling all kinds of cases, but to be honest, that cowl thing feels almost like it's shoulder armor. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I wonder if we can. That sucks because shoulder armor shouldn't be like. We can honestly just like throw it out. It's not a huge deal. Maybe we just take the bottom piece off. Maybe we just like cut all this out. If we just get rid of all this. Now it can all be part of the chest armor and it doesn't matter anymore. Because now we can have shoulder armor with it, right? And it'll clip a little bit, but like not enough to matter. I wonder if we need to. I guess we'll just make the textures two-sided. That way none of this like you'll see inside here, but it won't matter, right? It'll just be darker in there. Actually, I'm gonna scale this back out. We're just gonna grab all of this and kind of like sink it in. Now we'll kind of scale it a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, now that can be like part of like a chest piece, like chest armor. That fixes all problems. It's gonna be all on your design principles. Yeah, I think I really want like lots of pieces that we can like add to armor or whatever to make all the armor like stand out and feel unique. That's one thing I've noticed about WoW is like 90% of the armor like really doesn't like change much of the silhouette. Okay, maybe like 50% of it. Like there's some things like the boots and stuff like that will add like stuff on around your legs and everything, but like it's just not that super unique, at least not in classic WoW. Retail is probably a lot more different. And it seems like the only time you really get like any like major changes to like the mesh is shoulder armor. That seems, and that's like, I think that's, and helmets. I think that's why players like really love shoulder armor, because the only thing that like really makes them stand out and feel different. So yeah, I think that's like a big reason players love it. So if we can, wait, what? How is that the edge loop? Anyway, but yeah, if we can build our armor in a way that feels good, and like actually makes impactful changes, even when you just equip like a new chest piece, whatever, that feels interesting, I think that's what I'm looking for. So yeah, anyway, I'm pretty excited though. I think it's coming along. I'm pretty happy with what we have so far. Did you hear the different races I was thinking about, Maz? I think we're gonna go human, Valkyrie, or like God touched or something. I don't know what we're gonna call it yet, but it'll be like a fallen angel kind of race thing. Golfer likes the idea. I think we can definitely make it work with like the very god driven like lore. And then we'll have dwarves and the toadkin, and then we're gonna do like an elven race. I'm leaning toward like ashen, but I'm not really sure what we'll call it yet. But there'll be like a drow, kind of like a dark elf race, and then we'll have dryad. So it'll be 6 races, though I'm also kind of leaning toward like maybe making 2 of them unplayable yet, and they'll be like the allied races from WoW, where you like unlock them doing like some in-game quest chain thing, and then you can make new characters with them eventually. I really like the idea of that. I think that adds a lot of like replayability to the game, so you can play through the game again as like a new race and a new class combo or whatever. Especially if those races like really stand out. And I think like the Valkyrie race would be really cool for that, because players would be like, oh my god, what do I have to do to get wings? You know, like I think like a lot of players like that like fantasy. And I'm not sure what the other one is. I'm leaning toward the elven one, but maybe not, because the elven race might be something that people are kind of like, if I can't play an elf, I'm not playing an MMO, you know? Like that might be one of those like deal breaker races that we have to have. So anyway, lots of things to consider, but smart. It's gonna be on your design. Yeah, Libra husband. Okay. Good morning. What's up, Rashiana? Rach, Gianna. You told me how to pronounce it yesterday, and I already forgot. Was it Rach or Rach? And there's no way for you to tell me which is right, so I'll do this. Is it Rach? Yes or no? Is it Rach? Rachel. Okay. Cool. All right. One of my first like actual girlfriends ever was named Rachel. Probably like my first actual girlfriend. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, thongs with huge spiky shoulder armor is always a win. I don't know. I am. Do you guys know who Zaryu is? He's a WoW streamer. He plays a lot of hardcore classic WoW. He's playing ultra hardcore right now. I watch him a lot, and he was playing a paladin, but he died, so now he started over. But he was playing a paladin and a female paladin, and all the armor that he was getting was all very revealing armor. Like it was just bikini armor, like all of it. And he like had this whole bikini armor set, and there's this whole like build up because he got new armor finally. He's like, finally we can put on some armor and look like an actual tank now. I'm so excited. And then he equips it, and it was like more revealing than the armor before that. And he was like, are you serious, Blizzard? Like he was like not happy about it. And I'm kind of in the same boat. Like I sort of feel like, sure, like maybe we'll have some revealing armor, but I just sort of feel like the majority of our like female armor should match the male armor. Like, and not even like from like a you know, feminist point of view or anything. It's just sort of like, I just like the style of like I think, like I was just showing you, like I love this like character right here. Like she looks awesome, and she's in like full on like plate armor, right? For the most part. I mean, like, what are you gonna do? But like the same, I like the same outfit like on a guy would be awesome. So like, I don't know. I think like girls in like badass armor looks cool. I don't think we need to make all of our female outfits like crazy revealing. Well, here's more of this guy's art, which happens to have the same one on here. That's stupid. I don't know why I did that. This is all the stuff I have saved. So more of the like same vibes. This is kind of what I'm leaning toward for like the Valkyrie race, like almost going like might actually, I don't know. I was gonna do human, but now I'm kind of leaning toward like having like the talon feet and like maybe feathers. So like more like a bird race. Maybe even they'd have like a beak. I don't know. I'm afraid to like do too many different like total changes, like because it's just more work for us to make sure all the armor fits and everything. But I feel like maybe once we get the like all of our systems in place and get things feeling good, and we know like the workflow, then it won't be hard to make like new variations of races that have like more changes. Like I'm kind of tempted to make the toad less like humanoid and more like hunched over and more like bulky, like more like like the like a fat like what are they called? Like a desert toad. Like more from like this design and less from like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like more like tanky looking. But I'm also kind of okay with like either one. Call sign Libra is her name on TikTok. I don't know who you're talking about, Lord of Dragon. I don't know what this is about at all. I don't even think I have a moderator on TikTok. I don't know. I can't sign in right now, so. I mean, like, I have a mod named Angel 1000, but I'm like 99% sure that Angel is a dude. Like, I mean, it would be news to me if I was wrong this whole time, that'd be pretty interesting, but I'm pretty sure Angel's a guy. And does not have a husband. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe he does, but if I did have a mod named Angel, it would be him. I saw an interview with Zaryu yesterday. Oh, did you? I really like Zaryu a lot. So I didn't at first because I was watching him during like I mean, I was very late to the party, but I was watching all the like the OnlyFans stuff from like last year, I think it was. And at first I was like, I didn't like him because it seemed like every clip I saw of him, it was just him like doing a Makura, which is a duel to the death in hardcore, and like whoever loses, like literally like you lose your character and you start over, right? And I just saw him like continuously like challenging people in Makuras and then killing them and then being like, no, why did you accept? Like it's their fault. And it's like, why did you offer it in the first place, dude? So he was like pissing me off originally. And then when I started watching his content recently, I was like, actually, I like this guy a lot. He's super family oriented. He has a very strict like stream schedule where he does not stream on weekends. I can relate. I don't know. He seems like he's a really cool guy, and I love his content. Yeah, and he's really good at WoW. Honestly, he's probably a big inspiration why I like wanted to actually start working on this for real. Because he talks about like WoW Classic a lot and like wanting like more content and stuff in WoW, and I'm like, yeah, I feel like this guy would play this game. He played Blue Protocol the other day. I'm pretty sure he got paid to do it, and I'm sure it was thousands of dollars. But I do feel like once our game like gets more like actually gets like into like an alpha stage and it's playable and we have content and everything, I kind of want to like reach out to him and be like, you should check this out. And I feel like there's so few MMOs out there right now, especially like ones that feel like polished and like good to play, that it will not be hard to get the big like YouTubers and streamers and stuff like that do MMOs to cover it and to play it. Which is why like I feel like an MMO is sort of like, it's either like a huge miss or like you're gonna hit, right? Like I don't think you're gonna be like a hit. Like I think dreaming of being like the next, you know, in the top 3 MMOs or something is crazy and like wildly out there. But I also think it's not crazy to think that with an MMO, if you even like launch an MMO, you're gonna have a pretty good like amount of success, right? Because either you completely botch it and you completely make like this like, you know, microtransaction riddled like piece of, you know, shovelware, or you make something that's actually half decent and people actually want to play it. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty easy to not miss as long as you're not a greedy asshole. And I don't think I'm a greedy asshole. I feel like I'm pretty on par with like what I want in an MMO and what I would be willing to pay for an MMO. Like I've never paid a dime outside of the subscription fee for WoW, and I'm perfectly happy with the game, so I'm definitely not planning on going crazy with that. But I do think we need to have some sort of premium model, because we can't just do a box price. I want to do a box price because I think that's an easy way to get in, and then that would give you like, you know, some of that premium content originally or something. I don't know how we'll do that. But I think we have to have some sort of subscription model. I think that's the only way to keep the servers alive and keep the game growing. Like and not everyone, like I think you can buy the game and just play it forever for free, but I think we have to have some sort of premium. Anyway, With Jimbo, they talked a bit about OSRS and what WoW Classic Plus would need to succeed. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that yet. Is that recent? I watched a stream where they went through a checklist or a huge like wish list of things they wanted in Classic Plus, or Zaryu did with his chat, and I took a lot of like mental notes from that, because I was like, okay, they don't want this, they don't want like this thing or whatever, they don't want this thing to happen. So it was like a lot of like, what should we do to make sure we don't like fall into the same pitfall, you know? Surprisingly, like no one wants like new races or classes, and I thought that was like the first thing I'd want is from like Classic Plus, is like experimental like classes and stuff. But I guess at the same time it kind of breaks like the vibe of Classic. And if you make a class that's like, if you make too many classes, it gets really overwhelming. So I do think it's like important to get to like knock down or nail down like your super core classes that you're gonna have, and then like, yeah, like because it is kind of hard to like add classes later down the road. Like I think like a game like Overwatch, right? They add new characters and it like just expands the game and feels good. But I think you get to a certain point with like an MMO, and if you keep adding more and more stuff like that, it gets like overwhelming, and then pretty soon it's like, it's really hard to play the game when you don't know what all the classes do, and it's hard to like keep up with that, especially for new players. So if you're like doing dungeons or something, for example, and you're a healer, and there's like, you know, 7 other, or I guess 4 other like players in the game, and you don't know what any of those classes do, it's really hard to like know what to expect when healing or whatever. Or same with like a tank or whatever, like you don't know what to expect from your DPS or whatever if you don't know the classes. So you have to keep it pretty limited, which is a little scary to me, because it means that whatever we start with, like we have to be pretty much locked into that, and the only thing we can really do is like shift those to make them feel better. But we'll see what happens. The problem with MMOs is that 90% of the code base will have absolutely nothing to do with graphics. Why does that have, what? Why is that a problem? If you ever want to watch the interview, just listen to what people want from a Classic Plus and make that. That's literally almost exactly what we're doing. The only problem is a lot of people who want Classic Plus want like the staples of World of Warcraft, and like the characters and or like the classes and races from World of Warcraft to like stay the same, and we can't do that, right? So our game does have to be different enough that we're not going to get sued, right? We can't just make WoW. But what would be the elevator pitch for this MMO? Like what makes this stand out to warrant playing it over another MMO? So I think we're kind of hitting on that. I think the idea is, so we have 3 people on the team. I think Maz's like childhood MMO was Ultima Online, so we're gonna see elements from that. Mine is definitely World of Warcraft, even though I started in Guild Wars, so we're gonna see a little bit of Guild Wars shine through, and a lot of World of Warcraft. It's like that was my goal from the beginning, is I just want to make like classic WoW, but with more stuff to do. Not necessarily more stuff. Like I don't want to just like add bloat onto it. It's more like I just want classic WoW, but in a new world with new races, new classes, new lore, like a fresh start on like a WoW classic kind of game, right? If that makes any sense at all. So that was like my goal from the beginning, is I want to do something like that. I was a second level 60 on my server when WoW launched. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Maz and I are both, I don't think I ever hit level 60 in WoW, like ever. Yeah, I was one of those, I did roleplay a lot. I was in like a roleplay guild, not weird roleplay. We just did like D&D-esque kind of roleplay. But yeah, like I played a lot of WoW, but I was also addicted to making alts. I was constantly like running into another player and seeing what they could do, and then being like, I want to play that class, and then I'd start over. So I had a lot of characters in like 30s. I had like 2 or 3 in the 40s, and I had like one that was like level 55, I think, and that was the highest I got. But that was also in Burning Crusade, was that 55. I waited till after Burning Crusade because she was a Draenei. Dropped out of school to play WoW. Oh my god. Maybe we shouldn't be making an MMO. Maybe this is a bad idea, Moss. Maybe we're contributing to the downfall of society. No, that's huge. That's awesome. Yeah, so I don't know what the elevator pitch is right now. I think the idea is we're trying to capture what classic WoW had, And our biggest pillar right now, we have like a couple pillars we're working on, but our biggest pillar that we know and is like stuck in there that we're not changing is going to be social first. So we have a lot of ideas for how we're going to build the game around social gameplay. So there's a lot of reasons to play with friends and reasons to like group up, and yeah, lots of times where you're going to have to talk to other players, because that's the whole point of an MMO, right? I've already made an online an open world RPG, an online multiplayer. Oh my god, what am I trying to say? An open world multiplayer RPG. Called Swords and Magic and stuff. It's on Steam. You can buy it now and play it. It's still in early access. We're still tinkering at it to like get it finished up. But I'm very bored of it right now and burnt out. I don't want to touch it. It's a hot mess now, like in the code base. Like the back end is a hot mess. So anytime I like change anything, it breaks stuff, and so it's very mentally demanding to work on it anymore. But I still want to finish it up, so I plan on finishing it soon. But anyway, I've already built an online multiplayer RPG, and this time around I want to build an MMO, and the difference is really just like, one, the scope. There's going to be a lot more world to explore, hopefully, but also the scope's going to drop a whole lot when it comes to like mechanics, because Swords Magic is very movement driven. You can double jump, you can glide, you can there's all kinds of stuff going on. So this time around I want this more. Also, there's dodge roll, like it's all action combat. You can equip different weapons in either hand, like, and change your loadout however you want. It's very, very action based, like very action heavy. And this time around I want to go more tab targeting, more like World of Warcraft style, like combat kind of stuff. We might switch it up a little bit here and there. But also, like, there's a lot of mechanics in Swords and Magic that are like bespoke mechanics for each zone or whatever. Like there's like just random puzzles and stuff that we use in like one or two places, and then like we move on and make new mechanics or something else. And this time around, because it's an MMO, like we're going to be building mechanics that will be used through the whole game, and not necessarily bespoke things where it's like a one-off thing. So that means that the development will actually be easier in a lot of cases. In a lot of situations, development will be much easier. Like combat will be so much easier to build in this game, not necessarily easier to balance, but easier to build, because we don't have to worry about like, did your weapon connect, right? Like that, who cares? Like, yeah, we'll have like a mischance or whatever, but we won't have to worry about if your weapon physically connected. We don't have to worry about like dodging attacks and stuff. Like you'll have to move out of the way of attacks, but like, yeah, anyway, things are going to be simpler. So yeah, but yeah, social first. And also Swords Magic is not very social, even though it's multiplayer. You don't really need, like, you can play 100% single player and not really miss out. There are a couple things that make multiplayer nice, like the loot is not shared, meaning anytime an enemy drops loot, it drops individually for each player in the game in the area. So basically, if you play single player, you get like, I don't know, 3 things of loot from the enemy, but if you play with a friend, you each get 3 things, so you can like double the loot. Same with mining and like resource gathering and stuff, like all those drop individually for each player. So like if you are looking for copper ore, for example, and your friend is like not doing that, then you can both mine ore, and then you'll get double the ore if he gives you all his ore. So it's super casual. It's a really chill game, but there's a lot of like social features like that are nice. But with this game, we plan on leaning way more into that and doing way more social stuff. Anyway, I love the social first. I actually got back into WoW Classic after 15 years this month. Yeah, I'm in the exact same boat, actually. I just started playing about 2 months ago. I paid for 3 months now. But I already gave up because it doesn't have that in-world interaction that it used to. Oh, really? I find that it mostly does. Like, it's not as much as it was when I was a kid, but it's definitely a lot more than it has been. Like, I played retail for a little while to try that out, and I played a couple other MMOs, and I feel like there's no social aspects in those games at all. Like, other than just seeing other players running around, there's really no reason to call it an MMO anymore. There's no, like, I played Guild Wars for like 4 hours the other day, and I don't think I talked to a single player at all. I played ESO the other day with a friend, and him and I chatted, but like through Discord, and I don't remember typing a single thing to another player at all. And then you get in WoW, and it's like I'm constantly talking to players. Like the other night I got on for 1 hour to finish up a quest that I was working on because I was almost level 20, And then I ended up playing for 3 because someone invited me to heal their group to do some elite quests. And I ended up playing with them for like 3 hours and went and did a whole bunch of quests. And it was like, we were chatting the whole time. Like, and I don't know, there was something way more social about that. And also because in Classic WoW, like the content's pretty hard, right? Like it's pretty hard to solo things unless you know what you're doing for the most part, especially some of the elite quests and stuff. Like you really can't solo those unless you're like way over leveled, which is nice. You can do that. But it's way better to just be like, hey, healer looking for more to do this quest or whatever. And I think that feels really good. So I don't know. I feel like WoW Classic definitely still has that vibe, but I want to do it more. Like I really want to push that more. Everyone is just in a guild and doesn't interact outside of it. Oh, I don't know. I might be an EU thing. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played on an EU server, so maybe it is. Anyway, this is the game world so far. This is a sample map from a pack that I happen to own from, I think I got for free at one point. So we will be 100% rebuilding all of this. This is just thrown in here so we have something to kind of build in. There's like a whole bamboo forest though, so we'll be using these assets. Pretty sure, and I'll be building more. I'll be making lots more assets for it. I made all the art by myself, except for like 2 or 3 pieces of art, like models, for Swords of Magic and stuff. So I plan on doing a ton of art for this. It's just gonna be a different art style than I'm used to, because with Swords of Magic we did really super low poly to keep things really manageable and easy to build. And this time around I plan on doing more, a lot of hand painted textures, which is why we're trying to do a donation goal for 3D Coat, because I feel like that software is going to save me a ton of time and effort, but I can't get it to show up on stream for some reason, so I need to fix that. Anyway, I bet if I restart the stream it would probably work. I think it's just because the link I put in there doesn't like update until the stream restarts, but I'm not doing that right now, so I'll set it up for next time. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not like, I think every time an MMO comes out, like Ashes of Creation or like Star Citizen, yeah, I think they, like, one of the biggest downfalls I've noticed is that they just try to do too much. Like everyone wants to build like a giant living breathing world that like you can become the king of, and you know, or like you can build these big bastions up, and like then other players can like come and fight them or fight you for them and take them over and stuff. And I just feel like all those features are like really cool in theory. Like you want like this living breathing like simulation going on, but at the same time, like I think it just overcomplicates things a lot, and it ends up being disappointing most of the time and like not as impactful as you want it to be. And like I'm just kind of leaning away from that. I sort of feel like I want to just go back to the roots of what made it like WoW Classic like really good. They just end up being a Zerg fest. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just want to stick to like the basics and like the simple mechanics, and like focus more on like social interactions like between players. Like how do we get players to like group up? How do we get players to like trade? How do we get players to, you know, do things like that? So we have a few ideas. Like one of our ideas is instead of like, first of all, to kind of help with like reducing vertical progression and doing more horizontal progression, we're thinking about doing like a more concise hotbar, so you only have like 6 or 8 abilities or something on your hotbar. You might be able to put consumables and stuff on there too, but like your abilities will be limited to like only a handful, and then but you'll have access to like 30 or so plus abilities maybe per class, we don't know yet. But those abilities are kind of like, some of them are like hidden around the world, so some will be like at the end of quest chains, some will be like found in a random town somewhere, some could just be like your generic like, hi buddy, good morning, you're awake, want to say hi to everyone? Ugh. You just woke up, ran in here, hi, look at the camera, say hi.
Hi.
This is Quinn. Moz says sup bro. Can you say sup bro? Very quiet, the most quiet I've ever heard you talk. He's very shy. Even I don't think he understands the concept of like being on camera or the internet yet at all, but he still like gets shy when there's, I don't know. Are you shy? But you don't know why? Like he understands the vibe. He knows there's people watching him. He just doesn't get it. Emergent storytelling is far more important than lore-based storytelling for an MMO. Yeah, I agree. I think having what's his birth sign? I don't remember. What is it? February 1st. His birthday is February 1st. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's Aquarius, I think, right? I think it's Aquarius. Yeah, there you go. I couldn't tell you a thing about the lore of swords and magic and stuff, but I do remember the adventures me and some friends had. See, that's cool. That's great. And honestly, the lore is not in the forefront at all. I do want to make the lore a little more in the forefront for this game. Like, I want players to actually understand what's going on, because there's something, like, I love seeing like the World of Warcraft cinematics and stuff that come out, but I always feel like, man, I'm really behind with the lore and I have no idea. Do you like her? You found the dryad. She's cool, huh? He loves little tiny toys like this, so I have to keep my minis up so he doesn't ruin them. That's why I had to go get her, because she was up away. Anyway, yeah, like, I really like I like the WoW lore, but I feel like I'm always like so far behind because it's so complicated and there's just so much going on, and I feel like there's not really a good way for, like, they don't do a good job of like telling that lore. Like, they have the lore walking thing now, which just came out recently, I think, like a few months ago, and I think it's okay, but I'm not a big fan of that either. So yeah, I do want like the lore to be like not front and center, but I do want it to be more like consumable, I guess, more palatable than like how WoW does it. So I do want like there to be stories to be told. I do think that having that immersive like lore is important. I think if you just have like a world devoid of lore and you don't know why you're doing things like as a character, that can be pretty bad. It can feel kind of empty. Anyway, but yeah, emergent storytelling. I think we have a lot of plans for like world event stuff. I think that's a big way to like keep players like engaged in the world and keep players like working together, is just having random events pop up and then coming across them. Like Guild Wars does this thing where you can like escort like an NPC from one side of the map to the other, and like as you go you kind of just gather up players along the way who you run into, and I think that feels really good, and it gets players like working together. It doesn't necessarily get them talking, but what are you doing? Are you singing? Mm-hmm. I need to cut that nail. Anyway, we're doing a lot of talking today. I don't think we've done a single bit of work. I guess we've cleaned up the cowl. Cowl? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Anyway, was never a WoW player myself. I got addicted to Final Fantasy 11. You mean 15? Is it 15 the MMO? Or do you mean did you actually mean 11? One thing that I did like from that was no quest markers. You'll just get a vague, the person you want to speak to is in the Northlands. Encouraged a lot of community work. Whole wiki pages are being built by players to track quest information. I'm torn on that one. So with Swords of Magic, we tried that. With Swords of Magic, we had like no quest markers. It was all like dialogue driven. So you talk to an NPC and then they tell you where to go. And I felt like it worked. Like I was playing the game, but I also built it. So it was like, I don't know. That was one of those situations where like we need a lot more testers. But our testers seemed to like it because it brought them back to like old school games where you actually had to read the dialogue and like comprehend what was going on, rather than just like, yes, you meant 11. Okay. 11 wasn't an MMO though, right? 11 wasn't even multiplayer, I don't think. It was just an RPG, right? I feel like I can envision which one 11 was. I think I never played it. I played 10. I played 7, 8, 9 maybe, and 10. I don't think I played 11. I don't think I played anything past 10.
8.
What? 6?
6.
Do you like that guy?
Yeah.
Like the frog one? Does he look like a frog?
Yeah, look.
Yeah, frog.
Him.
Mm-hmm. That's him. Yep. 11 was their first MMO before 14. Maybe I did play 11 then. I might have played 11. Like I remember I played 14 a while after it came out, and I felt like I'd already played it before, and I was really confused when I got in because it was like totally different than I remembered. So I wonder if I played 11 and then just like totally got off the boat and just did not pay attention at all, and then suddenly 14 was out and I didn't realize that it was a different game. There's a good chance that that's what happened. Be careful with it, okay? Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. We tried that with Swords and Magic, and a lot of players did not like it. A lot of players were, I mean, maybe it was a good thing though. A lot of players were constantly in the Discord asking questions about where things were, and like a lot of people left negative reviews saying it's really frustrating trying to find like where to go and stuff. Okay. That's gotta be the most annoying noise you can make on stream. That's enough. That's enough. Make a different noise. Quinn. Anyway. Dude! You an elephant? Where's Mama? Go get Mama. She's going night-night. Go wake her up. Tell her it's morning time. Say good morning, Mom. Time to wake up. You're such a dork. Go get your mom. Love you. Bye. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so we also didn't have quest markers over NPCs' heads, so they didn't know if they had a quest or not. We recently added something for that, so players knew if they had a quest. So we have a marker now that shows if that NPC has a quest associated with them, meaning they might not give you that quest at this time, or you might need a special item or something to get it to trigger, but you know that NPC has a quest and you can like start looking around for it. So it's a little more mysterious than just saying, oh, this guy has a quest, I talk to him, and I skip everyone else who doesn't have quests. But also, because like we also have a lot of secret quests too. So like there's a lot of secret events, I guess, or interactions. Like there's like, for example, in Azura, we have the NPC that like, you talk to her and she tells you about fishing up mysterious stuff from the ocean, and then she mentions like in the very next dialogue line that she's really thirsty and she really wants some pirate punch. So we figured players would put that together and think, okay, if I give her some pirate punch, maybe she'll give you that mysterious thing from the ocean. So you bring her pirate punch from like the next town over, and then she gives you that mysterious thing. So, but that's not a quest, right? But that thing is a key that opens up a chest that gives you the first chaos staff in the game, so you can start dabbling in chaos magic. And a chaos spell. And I think that's really cool. I like that kind of stuff. And I'm sure we're going to have that kind of stuff in the MMO because I love secrets. Like, I think when you discover a new secret in a game, like I remember where this came about was I watched this video on Skyrim, I think. Might have been Oblivion. And it was this hella long quest chain that like started from like one place that was like seemed pretty innocuous. And then you like went through this whole thing and you had to like put stuff together and figure out where to go next and everything. And players like got to the very end of it and that's how you like unlock some epic like armor or sword or something. I don't remember what it was. The point is like the reward wasn't the goal, right? Like it was the journey. It was the fact that you discovered there was a crazy quest line and you were like going through it, right? That's the whole point. So I think the secrets like that, the whole point of those secrets are like that's the journey, way more so than the actual reward at the end of it. I think that's amazing. So I love that kind of stuff. So that's where all that stuff comes in from Swords of Magic. I'm moving here because YouTube chat was feeling kind of lonely. Yeah, fair enough. Welcome in. I can split a community with so many titles now giving big flashing map markers. They get used to the convenience. So yeah, I'm also split there because I hate games where it gives you like breadcrumbs to follow. Like it tells you exactly where to walk. I hate that. Like why even play the game, you know? So I'm a big fan of like, I think classic WoW with the questy add-on is actually pretty good. Though I'm okay with like classic WoW without questy. So questy tells you where the quests are on the map. You can hit M and like see where all the quest givers are going to be, so you can go to those locations and get the quests. But I'm okay with not having that too. I'll give players a UI option to turn off quest markers. Yeah, and I think, but the important thing here is like The Witcher has that option, I think, But the problem is that some of the Witcher quests don't give you enough information to actually do those quests. You have to end up turning it back on. I watched a whole video on that. There's a whole video, I think it's by Mark Brown, about quest markers. I think I'll watch that again probably. But yeah, I think the goal with this one will probably be, let's build the game in a way that we don't need quest markers, but we'll add them for convenience for players who are too lazy to read the dialogue and figure out where to go, I think. And then we will make sure that this works, like it works without it, right? I think that's a good way to do it. What's up, Arrow? Welcome in. As a balance, you definitely need the simple content, silver platter content, and the hidden stuff. Definitely, yeah. If the whole game is just hidden content, then like it takes the magic away, first of all, and also like players are just confused, right? And then it's like then you're like playing a murder mystery every time you get on, you know, like everything is too hard to figure out. So we definitely need like, adventurer, there's 15 rats that need slaying, please go kill them, you know, like we need that kind of stuff. And then we also need the like, I heard a rumor about a treasure map kind of stuff, you know, and then you can figure that out from there. Like I love that kind of stuff. We'll definitely have that kind of stuff, like for sure. And I mean, I don't know, I'm sure a lot of it, like it's going to be all like very simplified. I don't think we're going to have a lot of like, oh, you seem to have this item, so I'll give you this thing, you know. I don't think we're going to do that. I think it's going to be more like an NPC will tell you about a thing, how maybe even give you items, I don't know, we'll see. Or maybe you'll just read a book somewhere and it tells you about a location where there's something hidden or something, and like maybe it tells you a password or how to get in or something, who knows, and then you can get that information and then go to that location and do it. We'll see. It's double really, because I'm sure people will enjoy the feeling they get from get when stumbling onto a secret quest or area, but people would probably struggle with FOMO if they can't experience it all easily. Yeah, it's very much split, right? And that sucks. it's really hard to figure out. How's hanging around the campfire? Good. It's going good today. I made a lot of progress last night off stream, obviously, which is kind of to be expected, I guess. That was too fat looking. Still is. Whoop. That's better. But yeah, we have a lot of work to do. Like a lot of work to do. I'm kind of like, I'm really excited to get the characters in working. At first I was like really leaning toward, let's just use the characters from this asset pack for like an alpha test. But when I started breaking them apart and thinking about what we were gonna have to do to like change the textures and everything, I've just decided that I really want to do my own characters. So I'm glad we went this route. I'm really liking the potential that these have right now. Obviously these look crazy right now with all these different pieces like slapped on top of each other, but these are all optional pieces that we'll be turning on and off. So yeah, the last couple things I wanted to add were, I want to do the elbow pad thing, I think, and I think I kind of want to do, yeah, that's it actually. I'm trying to decide how to do tabards. How does WoW Classic do tabards? I also love that you can design your own tabard in WoW, and I think we should 100% incorporate that. I wonder, I think the tabards are a separate piece attached. So that way you can have robes with tabards. I wonder if it's actually, it might be actually painted on top of a robe though. I'm trying to find someone who has robes and a tabard. Oh. If you have robes on the bottom, the bottom of the tabard gets hidden. Right? Which is probably why I'm not seeing a lot of robes, because people are taking screenshots without robes, because then the tabard is a full tabard. Maybe not. I can't tell from that picture. This is also definitely not classic. How do they do this? I think we can just add, I think the tabard can just be over the top of the robes. Like we can just paint it on the robes. You don't, does that make sense? As like another layer, would just add on top of it. That obviously has transparency. And then if there's no robes present, then the tabard will still be there. And if there are robes present, then yeah. And that way they will conform to the movement animations when the character runs. Slightly concerned with the deformation of the robes when we rig this guy, but I think we can probably make it work. I don't know. I did some 3D modeling yesterday. Nice. You like his hat? I like it too. It's pretty simple. He just, I was just working on it and I was like, he just needs a hat. I need something to like on his head. He was just bald. I need to do some hair. I'm kind of afraid to do hair. I don't know why. I don't think it's, I think I can model hair no problem. Like I even understand how like WoW does hair with like hair cards and stuff. Which is like very, like it's pretty much like one mesh for the hair and then they add hair cards to like add extra accents and stuff. And I think I think I can do that pretty easy. It's just, I think it'll be easier to sculpt it, if that makes sense. And then after it's sculpted, we like retopologize it like super low poly, and then we add the hair cards afterward as like a touch up. I think that's gonna be the way to do it. Because I think sculpting will just be like a million times faster to get the shape down rather than trying to like box model it. Or trying to like extrude off the head and then like shape it how we want. Like, and I discovered that with the frog model, right? Like I started with the eyes and then I just like kept like shaping it out, but it like, this is just not good. Like it's pretty bad and it's obviously not finished. And I'm not sold on how this is turning out, so I've decided just to scrap it for now. So it's just sitting here for a placeholder because it's there. But I'm gonna sculpt it. I think sculpting is just gonna be better. The only reason I didn't sculpt the character in the first place is because I had this base mesh already that I made a long time ago, which I think also came from a base mesh I got somewhere else. Like I think I modified it from a different base mesh or something. I don't remember. But yeah, so I had a base mesh already, so I just used this as the base mesh. I think I made this when we did the Celestera stuff, which I also considered as like our world for the MMO, but decided against it because it's Celestera is a world that's like has no sun, just has like moons, like and one of them glows, and I was just like, this is gonna be lame. I don't want to explore a world where there's no sun. Like I want to explore like a big bright forest, you know? Like I'm okay with some areas that are like dark and gloomy, but not the whole world. Anyway, you seem like a generalist. You can't tell a generalist to not do everything all at once himself. Yeah, that's true. I would say I'm a generalist. I don't even know about that. I would say, yeah, I guess so. Sure, I guess I am. I mean, I'm an indie dev, right? So indie devs are kind of like generalists by trade. Like you kind of have to be. If you're an indie dev, you're wearing a lot of different hats. You can't just put on one hat and then expect to get anywhere with indie dev. Because like as an indie, you have to, like, you don't have the funding to like just be like, oh well, we need this UV'd, so I'm gonna hire someone to UV this, right? I'm 100% a generalist, just have strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. I don't want to do everything. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things I don't want to do. Like I like doing this part, and I'm excited to like texture these kind of. A little nervous to texture them because I know I'm gonna be really rusty at the beginning. And it's gonna take a while like to get the stuff looking good, but Anyway, let's make an elbow piece, and then we will. I think that's it, right? Can you guys think of anything else we need to put on here? I was thinking about maybe a boot, like a armor piece that like goes right here on the leg. Let's do a plane. Maybe we'll even just model it on the. Yeah, we'll put it on this guy. We'll start with a plane just to get the shape we want. We're gonna go like this. Let's just turn on symmetry, I guess. Yeah, maybe like this shape. Sure. Let's put an edge loop through here and scale this in a little bit. The only problem with this is that we're definitely going to have a very specific shape, and that means that all the boots that use this will have this exact same shape. But we'll just keep it. We'll just try our best not to use it on like every single boot, right? Honestly, this might even make more sense for pants, but I think it works better for boots. Yeah, I guess it's fine. That's good, actually. Okay, and then we'll extrude it. Let's soften it. Hi, good morning. Quinn came in and hung out on stream for a little bit. Yep.
Office? What is he doing? Working?
He's so cute. What's up, Mirthos? Have you thought about pitching to publishers for this project? Maybe a publisher like Mad Mushroom would fit a project like this. Honestly, a little bit, yeah. I think we're gonna have to do something like that eventually, right? I think, oh my god, could you imagine if we got a publisher who was just like willing to just like pay us to work on this right now? Oh my god, that would be amazing. That would be crazy. I can't even like fathom that. We actually are working with we're not working with yet. We're in talks with a publisher right now for Seeking Adventure. We need to put together some documentation for them. We had a meeting and everything. Things are looking okay. They're looking promising. This should poke or like stick out probably actually. But we definitely we have some homework we got to do if we want it to work out. And we haven't got around to it yet, so I need to work on that today probably. But anyway, yeah, I would absolutely love to pitch this to a publisher and like hopefully, you know, get some funding. That would be crazy. I also thought maybe my first thought was like, let's get this playable, and then let's take it to Epic and look for an Epic Mega Grant. I feel like that's a good first step. How's this look? Because yeah, some funding would be great. I would love to once we have like the foundation in, like once we have like combat and abilities and like NPCs you can trade with and enemies you can fight and like different like enemy abilities we can just slap on. Once we have like all that kind of stuff set up, then what I'd love to do is hire someone to do content, to just like build quests, to design like puzzles, to design like armor and stuff like that, like to like just start building stuff out so we can just start filling the world up. Most publishers today prefer shovelware. Yeah, and this is definitely not shovelware. This is definitely a 5+ year project, depending on what we want to do with it, right? Here's what scares me about a publisher. I don't want to get... So publishers really like money, obviously. That's why they're publishing games. And I don't want to get locked into a thing where we have like a publisher breathing on our neck, you know, pushing us to like do certain things or add microtransactions or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like, this is a passion project, and I want to just keep this in that realm of like, we're doing this because we love it and we really want to see this game in the world, you know? I'm so afraid that like going the publisher route is just going to be like, I also don't want to be like locked into like, well, you need to get this done by this time, so crunch, let's go, you know? I like crunching, I don't mind crunching, but I don't ever want to subject like my team to crunch again after Swords of Magic. We had a lot of times we were crunching and I don't know, I still feel really bad about that. I don't think it was like severe crunch, but it was still crunch that I wish they didn't have to do. Does that look stupid? Is this gonna look dumb? Don't. That's the wrong material. Don't look at that. Don't look at it. It's fine. Do you guys want to see what's going on with the head right now? This is what's happening with the head right now. Because I changed the UVs. I first had it just like half the head textured, because I was like, this is fine, we don't need like that much texture space, like I'd rather have like more detail on the head. And then I realized like if we're gonna have like a full UV just for the head, then we may as well utilize the space more, because it was only using like half of the thing. I mean, we're still only using like half of it, but yeah. I also modeled new ears because the ears were really low poly, so I just stuck some ears in. They're not merged in. We could merge them, I guess. It wouldn't be that hard to merge them in. I just don't think it's worth it. So yeah, this is like, as you can see here, this is the front of the face, and so this is like a really awful test texture that I just used the liquify tool and like moved around to try to fit into the UVs. Just because I was like testing to make sure like things looked like okay with the model we had, and they do when you have a correct looking character on here. So yeah, as you can see, it's UV'd to like his ear is in the middle of the face, and since it's mirrored right now, it looks really bad. Wait, why is it mirrored? I meant to fix that. I don't know why this is being mirrored. This shouldn't be mirrored. It should have his eye on this side of the face. Anyway, this is, and then this is another one with this is what the UVs look like originally. And I was like, I don't know, I feel like we're wasting a lot of space here, and then we can't do things like scars or like different like hairstyles, whatever. If we wanted to like a painted, we're not gonna do painted hairstyles, so it doesn't really matter. But like, this was also AI generated, by the way. This picture, this is not going in the game. This was just a test. But this is what's going on here. I actually had I had one working that looked pretty good, and then I started playing with the UVs more. So, sorry. Looks like my Aunt Greta. Oh my. Sorry, Greta. That sucks. I know a lot of people who work for Mad Mushroom and friends with their CM. What do you think, Arrow? Do you think, what's your opinion on a publisher? What's your opinion on a publisher? Do you think this is a terrible way to go? How'd your meeting go? It went good. Like I said, they want more information, which doesn't surprise me. They want to, so because the game is so small, like Seeking Adventure is such a tiny like concept, right? It's literally like, it's almost like a game that you would see come out of Sock Pop, which was like the idea, right? That was the goal for the game originally, was like something that's like so small that we could just knock it out and see if it works, and if it doesn't work, then who cares? And the goal was $10,000. We just want to make $10,000 on it. And we worked on it for probably a month. I probably have a month of development time in it, maybe a month and a half, I don't know. And I figure another month of development time, it will have it finished up, right? Because all that's left to do is just build levels and add more items to the game. That's like pretty much it. We want to do a boss fight, maybe a couple boss fights, but like, it's not necessary. It's all just extra stuff. But yeah, so because it's so small, like we don't have like a bunch of documentation on it. We didn't do a game design doc, because it was like, well, we're the only people working on it, so it doesn't really matter. And also like, it's like so tiny, it kind of just evolves anyway. So like a game design doc is mostly just a waste of time writing one, but they want one so they can share it with their team and like, you know, have like a plan of attack sort of. So we're working on building one out, or setting one up, to share with them this week, hopefully. This weekend probably. Anyway, so when they have a game design doc and like they already have access to the trailer and the demo and everything, so there's not a whole lot more we can like really give them other than a game design doc, just to show them like what else is going on and like what mechanics are already in the game, what's coming, what's going to be built still. But yeah, but we also asked for like, I don't think we're going to ask for any funding because it's only a month of development time, and it just seems silly to ask for funding when like we don't need it, and then that's just going to cut into our profits at the end. But like, I guess getting the money up front is the same or better than getting the money afterward, because like at least the money up front is guaranteed. So it's like, do we ask for money? I don't know. It's kind of, we're trying to figure out how to do it. But yeah, we might ask for some money just so we can like pay our bills until the game is finished, and then we'll, yeah, hopefully launch that, get it out. We're really thinking porting will be happening, so I have to build in some gamepad support. But yeah, they also want a 6-month window, which I think most publishers probably want. Meaning like by the time when we start working with them, they want 6 months to be able to market the game and properly like publish it and everything, which means we, instead of having a month of development time, we're gonna have 6 months, which also makes me think we should probably definitely ask for funding, because I think the game will be done well. Like that's like part-time work, like, you know, like working like a day or two a week in 6 months to get that done. Maybe more than that, but still, so it's a long time. Anyway, you need to include a mob in the game that has ears for eyes now. Yeah, right. Let me hold it. I'm behind. Let me catch up. Most publishers today prefer shovelware. Doesn't Epic limit you to their store? No, they don't. I already have I have a mega grant for Swords of Magic stuff, and we are not on the Epic store. So Epic does not. Publishers can be tough. I think it's best if you can find a publisher that is also a game studio, because they will understand game dev more and be easier to work with. Yeah, it worries me a little bit though, because I feel like a lot of game devs, I don't know, I feel like maybe it's just me and maybe it's just Moz, but I feel like Moz and I are like, we cook when we start working on stuff. Like we make a lot of progress really fast. I've been kind of slow on this because I've been playing WoW and working on Swords of Magic and stuff still too, but when we start like getting in the game though, like I feel like once we have like combat in the game and like these characters like set up and like working, I feel like the progress is gonna start coming like really fast. And I feel like a lot of game devs don't understand that, and they don't have that sort of progress. They don't, like, I don't know, they're slower, I guess. Maybe this is just me. Maybe I just perceive this differently. I don't know. So I do worry, like, if we're working with a studio that's also a game studio, or a publisher but also a game studio, that they'll have this like expectation that we can't like do this in the time frame that we think we can. I mean, yeah, whatever our time frame probably is, we need to like, you know, quadruple it, which, and I already think the time frame for this game is probably gonna be like 5 years before it's actually ready to launch. So then again, I also plan on like having people playing in like alpha and beta, right? Like I'm not gonna do like the Ashes of Creation thing where it's like it's all closed and you have to pay a whole bunch of money and then you have to pay again when it launches. I think that's all stupid. So we'll probably be, my goal with this in a perfect world is we have like a few hundred players that are like actively, maybe not actively playing the game, but like semi-actively playing the game, and they're paying $5 a month or something like that to beta test it essentially, or to play it via like Patreon. That would like pay for a good chunk of our development stuff, you know. We could put a little bit of money in everyone's pocket, hopefully, lucky if with some luck, and then we actually have like a player base to like test with, you know. That ideally, you know, I guess in a more perfect world, then that would be even better, right? Like we'll have like, you know, 1,000 players paying, you know, $20 a month, but like for a beta that seems insane to me. So anyway, but yeah, I also, yeah, I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe having a dev team that also publishes is actually a better way to go, because then they'll understand that things happen. I don't know. Maybe look for some money when it comes to time to test on servers. Yeah, for sure. I'm not gonna go pitch anything right now, but it is good to have a plan in place. You can probably just set small check-in goals with them though. Yeah, like in 2 months we expect to have XYZ done, and then we'll check in. Yeah, I agree. And I think another thing is like having a publisher paying us essentially also sets a totally different expectation, and I feel like would like light a fire, right? Because now this is a paid job. Like now this isn't like just a hobby project. We're not just doing this for fun. Now we're actually getting paid to do it, so we actually need to like focus in and like get stuff done. I will work fine like that, I think. I don't know how Moz would feel about that, and I don't know how Golfer would be about that, because Golfer actually has a job. I don't know what Moz does other than game dev. I think he just does this full-time now too. But anyway, yeah. What about smaller publishers that seem passion driven, like Big Mode? Or am I misreading them? Maybe. I don't know. If you have more, then they will probably just be happy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think you always underestimate when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like if you're setting like deadlines, you always think like, okay, well we can probably get, like 3 more quests done in the next 2 months, right? And then if you get 10 done, fantastic, right? But I think always setting like smaller deadlines and then like having that smaller expectation is good, because if something goes wrong or if something comes up or whatever, or you have to like slow down, then that's fine. Anyway, I like this, but I'm starting to think we should go a little more generic with it, so it's not always like, so like the shape can be the same, but like, no, it's mine. What do you want? Bye. I just stole my phone. Anyway, okay, let's go freeze transforms, delete history. Let's snap this to the center here. Let's duplicate it. Let's mirror it. Let's merge it. We have to start UVing, I think, which I'm not excited for. The problem with UVing, I find, is that I will UV everything, and then a week from now I'll start painting textures and find out that there's something weird, right? Like I'm like, oh man, when I draw a straight line here, it ends up like this crazy squiggle thing, and I didn't notice that before with like the grid or whatever, the checkerboard pattern. And then like I have to go in and fix the UVs, and then I have to like do a whole other process to like, do the rest of the process, because once I fix the UVs, then I have to like re-import the mesh, so I have to re-rig it again. It's just a whole thing. So I guess actually once I've got it rigged, I should be able to bring the rig in with the skeleton and then fix UVs without too much issue. That shouldn't be a problem. As long as I'm not changing the mesh, it should be fine. So I guess that should be okay. UVing for Swords of Magic characters must have been so easy. Dude, you don't even know. I mean, like, yeah, like they're all just boxes, right? So yes, the the UVs for the actual characters, super easy. And the best part is that I barely had to do any texture painting on them either. Like the human, mostly just one color, right? Like that was it. The dryad was the hardest one, because I actually had to paint like wood grain on it, but it was like super easy. So yes, very easy. Something I thought about the other day, isn't Seeking Adventure perfect for iPad? Yes. Yeah, so that's another reason. If we're going with publisher, we have a lot of options to be able to do a lot of different platforms like that. And I'm sure they will help us move those, or like, what am I saying? Port them to all those different platforms. So, which is why like a publisher is so awesome for Seeking Adventure, because the goal was $10,000. And I feel like with a publisher, we could probably ask for $10,000 just to finish the game, and then we'll make, probably 10 times that, because we'll be launching on probably Xbox, and we'll probably be launching on PlayStation, and we'll probably launch on iPad, and like, mobile, like all those places, right? Because I feel like we can just do all that now. Like, so yeah, we probably 10 times that income. I'm not like getting like my hopes up for $100,000, but that would be huge, because that would be that would pay all of our bills, pay off most of our debt. Like, we could even almost pay off our car with that. And then hopefully we could live off some of it while we're working on this too. So that would be really nice. Maybe even pay for some custom music and stuff. We do need to pay for custom music for Seeking Adventure. Something I thought about the other day. Oh yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah, Seeking Adventure is one of those like we're just kind of waiting for the right opportunity for it right now. Which I think there's nothing wrong with that. I'm excited about that. I want to move this out a little bit just because that was bothering me just a tiny bit. Oh, we didn't fix the back. Forgot about the back of this. Good enough. Right? Don't like how that's working. Okay, done. Save. Okay, let's make some elbow pads for the gloves. Man, I'm still like kind of torn if they should be gloves or part of the chest. Does fall damage kill or leave you at 1 HP? I think you can die from fall damage. Right? I think fall damage, death for sure. I think we can have like maybe there's like a maybe like the Toad Kid or something, or maybe the Valkyrie or whatever race, like they have a passive that like fall damage leaves you at 1 HP. That'd be kind of cool, but I think that's like a nice like optional thing. But I think by default we just die from fall damage. That's my opinion. If you are really sold on the 1 HP thing, I'm like that's fine with me too. Why is this acting weird? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna put elbow pads on. I'm just trying to decide. Are they gonna be part of the gloves or are they gonna be part of the chest armor? Like, I feel like if you're wearing like plate mail, it would make sense to have like some elbow pads on as like part of that like chest armor, right? But I know they're gonna interact with, they're gonna run into the gloves like this, right? That's kind of the problem. So they run into the gloves. They're gonna have some clipping. It might be better if they're part of the gloves. That way the chest doesn't actually add anything except for like our cowl here. Is this really a cowl? We need to look this up. Yes, it's a cowl. Thank you. Thank you, Google. I keep calling it that, and then I was like, maybe this is not what it's called. Maybe go for forearm plates on the gloves. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Maybe like up, like out here. Yeah, maybe we do forearm plates on the gloves, and then we do elbow plates on the chest armor. Because then, like, what I'm thinking is like when you put on. So let's look at the classic armor again. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I want to use the same system that WoW does for their armor, but I want to like expand on it and like put it, like bring it to the next level, right? So if you look at like the classic WoW armor, I'm trying to find a good one. Sure, this one's fine, I guess. Sure. So I swear I hit open image. I guess not. Whatever. Anyway, so this guy clearly has like these big like glove pieces on, right, for this armor, but I feel like this is just like this is a weird choice for both the boots and the gloves. Like this is a weird choice for this armor. Like this looks like pretty heavy like scale mail, right? I don't know what armor this is. But this is like some pretty like epic armor. Like I feel like you should have like some cool like extra armor on this. And I feel like this is like kind of what's missing from WoW a little bit is like those like, and maybe retail WoW actually has this. Let's see. It doesn't look like it. I don't know. This might not even be retail either. Let's just say WoW Warrior Bis. War Within. Is that the expansion we're on right now? Yeah. Open image, new tab. There it is. Okay. Okay. They have a lot more stuff on in retail. A lot more stuff. Yeah, like look at all these like different pieces that are like attached. They must have changed their entire system for this. Like there's no way. I wonder if these like armor, like arm pieces are like clipping. I wonder if they just like, when they bend their armor, if they just like clip through the bicep. It is pretty sick armor, huh? I will say, I think the art in retail WoW is like absolutely top notch. Like I don't think I've ever seen like a more beautiful like art style in a game. Like I think it has the best art in like any game I've ever played. I think. I mean, obviously it's very stylized, but I love that. Like I'd much rather play a game that's like stylized art than realistic art. But I'm also not trying to like. I know that we can't capture this, right? Like we're a very small team, we can't do this. So we're more like we want to hit the level of like retail WoW and maybe go a little over it. Or not retail, sorry, classic WoW. We want to like classic WoW is like my art like goals, right? But a different, like slightly different style. I don't want to be as like campy as like retail. Here's like classic WoW looks. Classic WoW has a very like it feels kind of like 90s like barbarian, like Conan armor, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, I'm trying to explain, like 90s like warrior or something. I don't know why I googled that. It feels like Xena, I guess. That's good. That's a good example. That popped up when I typed in 90s warrior. That's why I thought of it. Anyway, it feels kind of 90s. If you look at like the old like armor and stuff designs. So we're trying to like, I guess, modernize the armor designs a little bit, make it feel a little more like retail, but also I don't want to go as much detail. Like we just can't. I can't capture that amount of detail. This is crazy. But they definitely did add like the armor pieces that I was just talking about. So I feel like we can go a little bit, you know. And I like these too. I wonder if these are just meshes they snap on. They probably are, right? Even the knees, like I feel like we could even do like leg armor that have like the knees like we just did, and we just weight it to the top of the leg. So when the leg bends, the knee armor stays like where it is, right? It doesn't move. So the leg bends underneath it, and the knee armor just stays there. Mutable can hide anything clipping. Yeah. Well, no, I'm not too worried about that. This No Shave November is getting kind of wild. I mean, I know it doesn't seem crazy long, but it is to Jana, and I realized today, yesterday actually, I realized that giving up on No Shave November has nothing to do with me. It has 100% everything to do with Jana. As soon as Jana has had enough of my untamed, like, wild man beard, then it's gone, right? that's when it's over. The bar to beat is RuneScape graphics. We'll definitely beat RuneScape graphics. And in fact, I was actually yesterday we had a long discussion about this too, because we're still very much in the middle of like what kind of style do we want. And I think a lot of us were actually kind of leaning toward Albion Online as being like maybe we go that style. I'm still not 100% sold on it though. I really love the way the Albion Online looks. Like I think it looks really cool. Like the armor looks so cool in this game. But I just don't know. I just think it's going to be a lot more work to like model. Here's the reason I think this works in Albion, right? In Albion, all of the armor is modeled. Let's look at this picture. All of the armor is modeled like unique for each set, right? Like you have I think it was chest, or no, like body, head, and feet is how they did it, right? I don't remember now. Something like that. Close to that. Anyway, like I love how stylized it is. I love how like each piece is modeled. I love that it's all super easy to like UV and like texture these, like 'cause they're all like flat colors, and that's really cool. Totally down for that. The problem is, I think the reason this works for them is because one, they only have 3 sets, right? Three slots. So they only, for like every piece of armor they want to make, like every tier of armor, they only have to make 9 pieces, right? They have to make, well, not even that, like yeah, I guess. So like you have the head, the boots, and the body. And then you have Albion Online was made that art style to target mobile, I'm certain. Also, as a regular avid Albion player, some people, like with WoW, really hate the art style. It's commonly referred to as cartoony by people who don't like it. I do love it though, and the art style is very inconsistent. Yeah, I also love it. To me, it feels like RuneScape leveled up, right? It feels like RuneScape grew up. More so than RuneScape 3 does, I think. Well, maybe not. I don't know. It feels like they definitely took like RuneScape and then just like, you know, leveled it up, in my opinion. I really love the style. And I would love to like copy the style and go with some of this. But again, the problem is that they only have so many tiers of armor. Like let's say they have like 10 tiers, 20 tiers of armor, right? So they only have to build that many pieces. But in our game, we're planning to go more of like a WoW route for like gear, which means we're going to have hundreds of pieces of gear. Like hundreds and hundreds. Which means this is going to be a ton of work to make unique gear for every single piece. I mean, yes, we can like make like 10 different like shoulder pads or whatever, and then just recolor those and get 100 versions of it, right? Yeah, but I just feel like with a texture, we can take those 10 shoulder pads, and every time you like texture them differently, it's going to have a totally different vibe, right? Because we can do like leather patchwork on this one, and we can do like chainmail on this one, and we can do plate mail on this one, and they're all the exact same model, but they have all these different textures, which just like makes them feel completely different. And then you can recolor all those different textures and get totally different vibes too. And so I feel like we can go a lot further with a texture, even though it's probably going to be a lot more work with a texture. And I feel like this direction, we'd have to like, I feel like just recoloring things is just going to be kind of lame, right? If you just have like these shoulder pads, right? And then you're like, cool, here's these shoulder pads. There's 10 of them, you know, except they're all different recolors, which kind of feels like we'll have like a copper version, and then an iron version, and then a steel version. And that's just kind of like, to me, that feels kind of lazy and not as exciting to get a new piece of gear. That's my opinion. Exaggerated shoulders and gloves left and right. Character I love. Yeah, same. I think these are a little much. I don't know if I'd go this big. These are a little wild. Even the ones in the middle are a little wild to me. These ones work. I think these ones work really well because the character's hands are already so big. But this one, the character's hands don't seem as big, and so this looks a little wild to me. Let's look at this one. Blurry. That sucks. Anyway, sorry about the ad break, guys. I'm apologizing to people who cannot hear me. My apologies are falling on deaf ears. Oh, this one's awesome. There's actually, I think there's a lot more armor than I thought there was. This game does look, it's beautiful. Like this game looks really cool. And the art is very simplified, but like it feels good. This one's way more complicated than most of them. I don't know. I think there's like something charming about the way we're doing it that I really like. I just like the idea that all the pieces, like all the different gear sets, just have like a certain set of things we can just toggle on and off essentially with texture transparency. And I just think that sort of adds something to it that feels good. I don't think like it's going to be kind of a pain to go back in and add more pieces too, which is why I'm kind of going overboard with it right now. Because if we decide to add more pieces later, it's going to be, we have to re-rig the whole thing. And if we not re-rig it, we have to re-weight it though. Maybe it's actually not that big of a deal. kind of depends on what it is, but I'd have to just go in and like update the weights and then re-import the mesh. But I don't want to have to do that if we don't have to, you know? So I want to just like build everything I can think of right now, and then we just like work within that constraint for our textures. Like everything has to fit in these like pieces that we have set up. I don't know, I like it. I think, and these look a little blocky and like meh right now, but I really think when you add the textures, it's gonna feel really good. And the reason I think that is because look how blocky and meh this thing looks. Like this is like a 2 out of 10 model, right? Like this thing sucks. Like you don't want to play as this character, but as soon as you hit this key, now it's like gone from a 2 out of 10 to like a 5 out of 10, you know? It's like way better. Now suddenly you're like, okay, this isn't too bad. This guy's actually kind of cool looking, you know? Like it's not great, it's still not great. But I feel like this looks better than this, even textured or even untextured. So I feel like we're gonna get a result that looks way better than this does, right? Textured. Does that make sense? Oops. So I think I don't know. I think the end result's gonna look really, really good when we finish this. I think let's finish up this last piece, and then I want to merge everything together and do like a little test. Wait, we'll see. I really hope that things don't just like totally break with all these like the robes and stuff when we go weight it. I hope the robes look okay. If not, we can tweak the weighting a little bit, I guess, manually. I don't want to have to do that, but we're probably gonna have to, I'm sure. But yeah, and then we can throw it in. We can throw some textures in Affinity and get some like basic like gradient textures set up. Honestly, maybe the gradient textures look really cool, and we totally change our mind on how we're gonna do the painting, and we don't even need 3D code. But I personally think with some even just like super simple like texturing, I think it's gonna make this thing pop. I think it'll look really good. Okay, let's make some armor. Some elbow armor. Let's go. I guess we'll just. Whoops. I'm an idiot. I kind of just want to split this in half, maybe, and then maybe we do bevel here, and then we just do these guys. We'll just kind of go simple, I guess. We need a little bit of depth here. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish we could just justify not having depth to these, or like thickness to these, because then we could use transparency to like make this shape whatever we wanted. We could just do like a cube, you know, and then like paint out whatever shape we want. The problem with that is like I think that would look okay, but I do think like from certain angles you're gonna see that it's just, you know, it's a flat plane. I think it's gonna like lose some of that magic. I know you can do like a height map on it. Not height map. What is it? What's it called? Is it a height map? Am I crazy? You don't like game devs? Oh, toxic, bud. You're kind of toxic. Staying true to your name. Okay, we can't get caught up here. I've missed some stuff. Content in general is time consuming to make. In this case, the art recolors exist for a reason, and I think with WoW, leveling gear is not super cared about, except iconic things like the bandit mask from TBC. The bandit, are you talking about the Defias mask? Because that's from classic WoW. I have it on my rogue, if that's what you're talking about. Maybe it's something else I'm missing. Or the red Defias band. There you go. That's the one you're talking about. So the bandit mask is something different then. I guess though, you may have people saying game feels like it belongs to 2004 if you make it too simple. Yeah, but that's okay. We're kind of leaning toward that. The game is we're not trying to make like modern graphics. I'm not trying to. That's like our characters are dumbed down. We could add a lot more polygons to these characters, like a lot more. Like look how simplified these guys are. They're super low poly, but on purpose. Like I want the game to feel like a classic MMO, to an extent. What I don't want is I don't want the game to feel, I don't know. Like I said, the goal is I want to get to like WoW and then a little above. Like I want to hit WoW levels and then level it up a little more. That's all. A bump map? No, it's not a bump map. It's the I think it might be a height map. I can't think of what it's called. It's where you like the geometry like physically changes based on the normal on the how about normals? Maybe, I don't know. I think it's a height map. Anyway, I don't know. I'm super rusty when it comes to PBR modeling terms. It's how they get like the effects on if you do like oh god, how am I supposed to look this up? Maybe this is a good way to do this. I don't know. Like this. Yeah, I found one. Okay. If you look at this model or this texture, this is just a texture, but there's height on it. There's actually height information. So I guess it is a height map. I just can't. I thought it was a different term, but I guess not. But this is just a texture. But this height information is not like sculpted in here. It's like in the texture, so it's just like protrudes out. I wonder if we could do it like an effect like that on those planes. But I feel like that might be way too much work. Yeah, so 25k faces with height. So does height. They don't really have a picture of it without the height, but they're like without the height, it's just like a flat texture. It still looks okay in most cases, but the height adds a lot. Decal, it's a normal map. Well, a normal map gives you lighting information, doesn't give you height information. It doesn't actually change the mesh. It just makes it look like it's different. Right, like even those don't use normal maps. Trying to find an example with a normal map. There we go. This is a good example with normal maps. So this one, every time, man, I can't open it on this big monitor. It's stupid. Yeah, so this one, oh, I guess is actually, I can't tell. I think this has height information on it too. This one doesn't. So this one uses the normal map to make shadows and highlights. So you can't, this looks 3D, but when you look at it from the edge, it's clearly not 3D. You actually don't see like the different like bricks like sticking out. This is just flat plane or flat cylinder. This is a sphere. This is just a perfectly smooth sphere without height information on it. So when you add that height information, it like protrudes the mesh out. It doesn't like it's all fake, right? I think I don't even know how it works. I truly don't know how it works. I never really got into that very much. This is the same thing. This is also a perfectly flat sphere, and then it just the normal map makes it look like it pops out. But if you look at the other one I was looking at, like this one right here is a good example. Like this actually has protruding information. This might actually just be, no, this is just a texture. Yeah, it's like they're doing this with textures, not 3D modeling, right? That's what I meant. So I wonder if we could just do a plane for the like elbow or like the armor pads like that, and then we can use like we can cut it out with like textures, right, to make a cool fancy shape or whatever, and then we use that height information to give it some depth, like pop it out a little bit, just so it doesn't look it's a flat plane. I feel like we could probably pull that off. I just am not positive. Because if that's the case, we could just literally just do like a box, right? A displacement map. Thank you. I knew there was a term for it. Thank you, K9. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, I knew there was a term for it. I went to school for this. I literally have a degree in game art, but it was also in I graduated in 2019? No, 2017. I started in 2014, so I graduated in 2017. It's been a while. And I haven't really used it much. I used it for like the first year or two out of school, and then I started making Swords of Magic in 2017. So around the same time I graduated, actually. And that's when I went to low poly, and I never really left low poly. This will be the first game I'm working on where I'm actually using the things I learned in school in an actual game that I plan on releasing. So I'm going to be very rusty with this. It's going to take me a while to get back into the groove of it. Displacement map, thank you. Anyway, could you have a single model? Let me get, hold on. Could you have a single model but rigged in a way that you can adjust the size of parts of that model? Like maybe a spike can be scaled or edges. Yes, if we rigged parts of the model to have their own bones. So like, let's say like, clicking on things I don't want to click on. Okay, so like, let's see these boots right here, right? Like add a little spike to the front of the boots to have some like extra stuff on them. So let's say we wanted to like be able to scale the size of this spike or whatever. We could put a bone here and then weight it so just the spike is like attached to the bone or whatever. And then when you scale the bone or like move the bone or whatever, the spike would like follow it, right? So we could technically do that, but I don't think it's worth it, because 9 times out of 10, the bone that we're adding to that is more expensive than just adding a separate spike on there that we could just texture out. So here's the plan, right? The plan is to have one material for the whole character, except for their helmet and shoulder and cloak. Maybe cloak. I don't know how we're doing cloaks yet. So the plan is we have one material for all of them, and then we have a bunch of textures layered on top of each other for each part. So we'll have the skin texture on the bottom, I guess, and then we layer on top of that, like, here's our chest armor texture, right? And on that chest armor, we have this, right? So we don't want this on every single piece of chest armor. That would be silly. So what we do is on that chest, like, let's say we make like, I don't know, a hunter's tunic, right? And we don't want this on that. We just want to do like a plain, like, boring tunic, whatever, that's like a sleeveless tunic or something. So we paint that, and then we just don't paint the cowl part, which is in the UV map. Like, for example, well, I don't have a good example. Anyway, so in the UV map, we UV it all, and we put the cowl in one spot, and we put the chest in another spot, and we put the elbow armor in another spot, whatever, and all those other parts are just transparent. So that just gets layered onto the skin part. Like, we just have another layer. So it's like a paper doll, right? And then we just leave those parts transparent, and then the cowl doesn't show up in game. It's still there on the character. So if you saw like the collisions of the character, or like the wireframe, you'd see all this stuff bulked on top of it, right? So we have this piece, we have all these pieces, we have the robes. Even if you're not wearing robes, you'll have the boot pieces, all these extra pieces under here. All that stuff will be layered on top of the character, but they'll be invisible if you're not wearing armor that has those pieces. So that way with our gloves, we can go in and say, okay, this is going to be, I don't know, caster's gloves or something. Who cares? We'll paint this part of the glove or whatever, and let's say we want this piece on there, like this one section or whatever. Then we'll paint that piece too. We can even combine them, right? So I could even combine like both of these if I wanted like this effect or whatever, like this like flare effect or whatever. I can have both of them, just paint both of them. As long as the paint or the texture lines up correctly, then it'll look good. It'll look fine, right? But mostly we'll probably just be sticking to like one of these. So we'll have like this painted and this painted. The rest of these will be transparent. They won't show up at all. And then you'll just get like this, right? There's our caster gloves or whatever, right? Or we can have this one, like only these show up, right? There's our hunter's gloves or whatever, right? So, and we can like have a bunch of different textures on each one of those like combinations, whatever, that totally make the gloves look totally different, right? Every single time. So that's the plan. So it would be better to have like these boot pieces right here, right? It's like if I wanted one that had like crazy huge spikes on or whatever, it'd be better just to have another piece on this that just gets UV'd on the texture or whatever, that just has another big spike on it. The problem with this method, this is the biggest downside of this, is that once we start building the UVs, and once we like lay out like here's all the glove texture UVs, whatever, once we've done that, we can't really change it. Otherwise we have to change every single piece of armor that we've made already that uses that, right? So if I UV this right here, and this one right here, and then later I decide I want a version that's bigger, you know, or something, or like a version that goes the other way or something, then I can do that, but I have to find a space on the UV texture to put it that isn't already taken up. And that's where the problem comes in, because if I already have a UV, like this is all taken up, then I have to cram another piece in here somehow, and then the smaller they take up on the UV space, or the smaller the space they take up in the UV, the less texture detail it'll have on them. So they have to be pretty consistently sized. So like if I turn this on, you can see the character has relatively consistent, like the chest has a little more detail than the other, so I should probably maybe try to tweak that a little bit. But you mostly want the same size checkerboards like all over to get the same detail. Why did I make the chest too big? I think I was just scaling it up to fit the space. Oops. Is the back also too big? Yeah, like unfortunately I was just trying to use the space, so I just thought it would be a little bigger, but honestly it's not even a big deal. Who cares? It just means we can have more detail on our chest piece, which is fine. On our chest painting. Which is fine because that's where we're gonna paint nipples if we want nipples on our characters. Like when they're bare chested. You know what I mean? So like we'll need a little more detail there for that kind of stuff, and like muscles or whatever. Than the arms. The arms will probably just have like shadows and highlights. That's it. Anyway, moving on. I don't like game devs. Okay. Path of Exile has a singular rig for all characters and makes the armor work for any character. Yeah, I will be doing that probably as well, hopefully. Hey, I tuned in right when the convo about publishers came up. You can send me a message if you like, once you are looking for one or a VC. I might be able to help you connect to people. I'm working for a co-dev studio that is specialized in online services, MMO, multiplayer games, etc. And I don't want to sell you anything, just try to help. Oh, that's awesome, Zodiac. Appreciate that. Zodiac, will you send me a message on Twitch so I don't forget that you exist? If you don't mind, that would be great. Or you can message me on Discord if you want. Instead, we can link up there. If you're still in here, it's been a while since I'm way behind in chat. Clearly, yeah, we're lucky with our publisher. We're a month behind, and they're still super chill. Nice, that's awesome. Hope it stays that way. Yeah, bump map, displacements, decal. Isn't that bump map or normal map? Tessellation. Do you have a singular rig for all your characters? Right now, we don't have a rig at all. We're kind of test rigging as we go. But I think the plan is to have a single rig that will be scaled for different characters. So hopefully the dwarf and the human will all have the same rig. It'll just be scaled so that way we can use the same animations and they'll just be scaled. I believe that won't be a problem because we did this with the horse in Swords of Magic. I was really afraid of doing this when I was like making creatures and stuff. I didn't want to like change the bone structure because I thought I had to keep it for the animations to work, unless I had to retarget all the animations. And I believe we got it working no problem with the horse by just changing the scale of the bones, and then the animations just followed, I think. Now I do not remember how we did it, but that was also UE4. UE5 is probably more forgiving. Hopefully we'll find out. I think Twitch chat can be a game dev if we pool our collective brain cells. Yep, it's true. Damn, Swords and Magic gonna be 10 years old in 2 years. Yeah, isn't that crazy? That's like horrifying to me. It's wild to me. This is the first stream for making the MMO. I've been around the stream for a while, but I'm pretty MIA all the time. No, this is like the fourth one. And arrows yelling nipples. Sure can do that. Cool, thanks Zodiac, I appreciate it. Yeah, this is like the fourth stream I think I've done for this now. I streamed yesterday and I streamed last week, I think twice, working on this. Yeah, Jana was like a month ago, Jana was like, you can't start working on this MMO until we finish Seeking Avenger or you finish Swords of Magic. You can only have 2 projects going at a time. And I was like, all right, fine. And then I started streaming the MMO. I couldn't help it. We were streaming Swords of Magic stuff and we started talking about MMOs and like, it just, I don't know. I'm too excited about it. It just is what it is. This piece needs to be softened. Yeah, that's fine. I'm way too excited about it. It's probably too excited about it, to be honest. Like, actually too excited about it, but I don't really care. Because here's the way I'm looking at it. This is just the way I'm justifying this. But I'm 37 years old. I'll be 38 in April. I'm getting real close to that big 4-0, and that I don't like that. Like, I just feel like I'm still like 25, maybe 28. I don't know. And it took me 10 years to make Swords of Magic. I mean, in 2 years it'll be 10 years old. So like, I don't know. That was not meant to be like my dream game. That was meant to be like a project that was a stepping stone to get to the point where I could one day make an MMO. The goal was like, this game will make, you know, a couple $1 million, and then I'll be able to like hire a team and we'll start working on an MMO, and then like the success from Swords of Magic will like bring in an audience, and we'll like get investors or whatever, and we'll make it like my dream MMO game, right? That was like the idea. Well, Swords of Magic didn't quite go as planned. It also wasn't meant to be a 10-year project or an 8-year project. So I don't know. I'm at the point where it's like, if not now, then when? You know, how many more games do I have to spend 5 years in before I'm ready to make an MMO? You know, like Swords of Magic has all the online features and all of the like gameplay features and stuff that an MMO would have. So I just don't see any reason to like put it off anymore, I guess. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm being like dumb about it, but I don't know. It just seems to me like, why not? Like, what's the worst that's gonna happen? We work on this for a year and then go, this is too much work, and give up on it. Who cares? You know, like, it's fine. Like, I don't know. That doesn't bother me, I guess. I'd rather try and fail than not try at all, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So this is us trying and failing. Or trying and maybe failing. Sorry. Let's be a little more optimistic. Let's not assume failure yet. I think we should line up with our... Oh no, it's here. This is the center of the arm, so we're close. I'm a little worried about these floating pieces when we rig this, but I think it'll be okay. I think the AccuRig does a pretty good job. We have to go under and then flip it. There we go. That looks okay. I kind of feel like, I don't know. I like when they like flip out. These are going to be part of the armor, yeah, the chest armor, sorry. I think I want it to like, why is this not, there we go. I want this to like come out this way, I think, instead. I just think it looks more interesting this way. Cool. All right, there we go. That'll be part of the chest. Make sure it's lined up still, mostly. Good. And then I think we'll just use this piece. There was a reason I duplicated this, because I thought this is a pretty good, this is a fine shape for the glove piece. I still can't get over the, I don't like game devs. Like, why would you, it's like, I don't know, that's like walking into a GameStop and be like, I hate video games. Like, why would you even be here? Oh, I don't know, I'm just trolling. It's just, I don't know, it's just funny. And then I think we're gonna flip out this side. So like their wrist can move, you know? Yeah, this is gonna be cool. All right. Let's go a little more this direction maybe. Actually, I kind of want to go a little more extreme with it. Okay. Let's extrude it inward. Object, thank you. Soften it. Sick. I like it. What do you guys think? I almost kind of want to do like another piece for the top of the hand, but I don't know if it's that big of a deal. Again, like I really think these pieces could easily just be snapped on. And I wonder if that's if we're like I wonder if our gear could just be like a data asset that has like a texture on it, a slot, and then like attachable meshes, and then like socket names for each one. Because then we could do this, right? Where we like make like we could just model like 3 or 4 different versions of this and then just snap it on if we want it on there. Because like this isn't going to deform, you know? Like it could deform, and if we do it like this, it will. Same with the elbow. If we do these like this, it's going to deform. I'll get better that way. Like when they bend their arms and stuff, they're going to be deformed, which is the point of this. Like we want this stuff to deform, which makes me wonder, like maybe these solid armor pieces should actually just be individual pieces. And if we have like an array of meshes we can just snap on, then like we could have like this shoulder piece or whatever has no texture. It just has a shoulder piece, and here's the mesh, and we snap it to the left shoulder or whatever. Then we can have shoulder pieces that just work on one side. Hell, we could even have like 2 shoulder slots if we wanted, and players can have like 2 shoulder pieces and like customize them however they want. Which would be kind of stupid actually now that I think about it, because it'd be really annoying to go through most of the game with mismatched shoulder pads. Like all the time. We're not doing that. I changed my mind. Ah, stupid ad break. You know he's just trolling, right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. I know he's trolling. It's just no. It's just funny. It was a funny troll. That's why I brought it up. By the way, what made you decide to focus on pipeline stuff? I remember in a previous stream you suggested maybe not focusing on it early. Oh, Shabla, you probably can't hear me anymore. Let me know if you can, if you have an ad or not, and I'll answer your question. I pulled the YouTube link in here. Okay, cool. I think it's just like I kind of got to the point where I really wanted to like start seeing, I want to start like making armor and stuff, and just kind of, I don't know, I just want to make progress. And this is definitely my position, right, in the team. Like if anything, if there's anything in the team that it's like my job, this is it, right? Is like getting the visuals right. And I just thought like if we want to get like a prototype out there, like we should probably have a character to run around in and around with. And I want to be able to swap out gear and stuff, and I don't want it to deal with I don't want to build a whole system around the temporary characters and then have to rebuild it for these characters, for new characters. And so the other day I was just kind of like, I don't remember what was going on, but I just like opened up this I think I brought the character in to like test this, and this character here was in here, and I was like, oh man, look how like crazy and like skinny this character is compared to this character. Also I think this character was like this big or something, and I was like, this is wild. And I was like, I wonder if we can just, maybe I should just try bulking this guy out to make him feel more like, oh, like a WoW character, or like somewhere like more in between anyway, because I liked this style, because I liked the bulkiness of it or whatever, like it just felt nice and stylized. But I wanted it a little more like I just wanted more detail, because I really wanted to try this method where we like do all the different pieces attached on. I just think that's such a clever way to do it, and I love how WoW did that, and I want to like embrace that. And I just been thinking about it, so I think when I opened this up and I saw this character again, I was like, I can probably just manipulate this guy to make him look more like what I want. So that's what I did. And then right after, I was like, I think I can make a dwarf out of this too. And then I was like, I think we can do the toad character. So I just kept going, and then I made a female version, and I'm not 100% sold on the female yet. I think she's good enough, but I'm not 100% on her yet. She's probably fine though. I've never been good at female anatomy for some reason. Like, I don't know why. I've tried drawing like hundreds of female characters through my like art career, and it's like I never get it right. I don't know. I just need more reference, I guess. Totally respectable. Yeah. I think we just got to the point where it was like, I don't really know what else to do. This sort of seems like the next logical step is to get the characters in so we can start building up like armor sets and stuff, and like figuring out what the art style is going to look like. Like I want to start writing lore and stuff, and like that's a good place to start too, just like have a world to build from, like, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it just made sense to start working on this, and I was happy once I started scaling these up and like changing, like to make them look a little more stylized and a little more like fun, I guess, and more interesting than like this more realistic like dude. Then I was like, yeah, let's just get going with this. So I'm like really happy with the look of the characters right now. Like very happy. I'm really excited to see them textured. So, okay, let's not do these then. I think we will keep these. I'm not gonna like throw them out or anything. They'll be like intro level like armor pieces or whatever. But I think this works so much better anyway, because then we can do the retail WoW thing where we have like big spikes sticking off these, whatever, and we don't have to worry about adding that kind of stuff on after the fact. So we're gonna accept the fact that we're very limited with things that are skinned to the mesh. Like all these are gonna be very, very limited, so we have to make sure we get these right. So if we want to add anything else on, we need to do it now. Like I kind of want to do like these right here these are gonna be separate too. I'm just actually gonna separate these and just probably yeet this one, and let's do center pivot here, and then we'll snap it. Hello? We'll snap the pivot there, just so we can snap it easier. And the same with this one, just so we have the, actually I guess these don't matter. The pivot doesn't matter here. We'll leave them here for now. Okay, we need to make some space. This guy, this is like a backup so I don't accidentally delete something. I think all his UVs are done too. This is our backup. This is our reference just in case we need something from it. Here's our frog, Toadkin. I don't know if I like, now the more I say Toadkin, I don't know if I like the name of it. We might need a new name for it. We'll just make up a new like fantasy name for it. But if you guys have ideas for the name, for the frog name, lay it on me. Yeah, I think originally I just wanted to like get a prototype out and wanted to like get the mechanics in first. But I don't know, it just feels like this is the best way for me to make progress while we wait for Moz to like build those mechanics out. Like I was doing UI stuff, and not that I like got bored of doing UI stuff, but it was just sort of like, I don't want to start hooking stuff into the UI until we know what to hook into, you know? Like I need like an item system, and we have an inventory system that we're working toward putting in from another developer who hopefully is going to let us use this before they launch it. And so until that's in, I can't really do anything with like the quest system, really anything further anyway. I can't do like item drops or like lootable containers and stuff until we have that in. Like there's not a whole lot more I can do, I don't think, except for like designing. Like I could start like designing the world and everything. But I feel like I'd rather just like build out our like prototype pre-alpha like build in this world, right? Because it's already here. Like there's no, then we'll start working on a world like when we know this is actually fun. I just don't want to spend a ton of time building out a whole bunch of like world and stuff and then playing the prototype and going, wow, this sucks. This is not fun. Like I just want like, I want like an idea of what we're doing first, and like how quests are gonna be laid out and how broad we want quests to be and stuff, and then we'll start building around those ideas. The characters, however, though, like if for some reason these characters don't work, or like something goes wrong and we just end up not using them, I could always just like throw them up on the marketplace and sell them, or I could, yeah, like I'm actually kind of locked into working on some GDTV assets for their website too, and so I could use them for that or something if I needed to. But there's a lot of stuff. Toadrid. I don't think so. The frog is Glenn, and there is no other. Glenn. Okay, when I said name, I meant like a name for the toad race. Like, what do we call the race? Like, these are humans. These are what? So Toadkin is what we had first. That was my first initial idea. Here, let's ask GPT for ideas, because you guys gave me Glenn. What am I doing? I don't hate Toadkin. We could even do Frogkin. I don't know. Toadkin feels a lot better to say than Frogkin. Frogkin is hard to say. It's frog and hard to say. Okay, my bad. I asked for more ideas for the Toadkin race, and it gave me a bunch of junk, like, about the swamp and all this stuff. And I was like, no, that's not what I meant. Mireborn, Bogfolk, Marrowtongue, Fenkin, Croakers, the Wetch. What is that? That's so weird. Marshkin, Gloomkin, Mudborn. Mudborn's not terrible. I don't hate Mudborn. Cultural ancient village names. Grungari? No. Palugar? Anura? Ascari? Kurth? Kurth? I don't know, there's an apostrophe in there. Lurin? Thregoth? Varnock. I see where they're going with these, and I feel like we could go in this direction and just go with like more like this is their cultural name or whatever. Like the Huskari is kind of cool, I guess. Even like the Grungari isn't terrible. Like, damn it, why do I kind of like Grungari now? Battletoad. That'll be good. Yeah, we'll just reawaken that meme through our game. Like, I kind of like Grungari. That's actually kind of neat. I don't know why I like it. I probably shouldn't like it. But I do kind of like the idea that we like call them more of a cultural name than I don't know. I guess Toadkin is also kind of the same thing. It almost, so Toadkin feels like a human named it, right? Grungari feels like a Grungari named it, right? Like a toad person named it that. Which is kind of better, I think. They could also have multiple names, like the undead in WoW are also called the Forsaken, right? What's up, Ryu? MMO. Is this the first time you've heard of this? I feel like you were in here the other day, weren't you? Maybe not. I was actually talking about you the other day too. Maybe that's why I was thinking that. Yeah, well, I've been crazy lately. Yeah, that life happens. No, you're good, man. It's cool. You don't have to be sorry. I haven't. Yeah, I haven't really kept up with you either, unfortunately. I messaged you the other day because I was thinking about you, and I wondered how you were doing, but that's it. So don't feel bad. No, I was actually thinking about the other day, and I was talking about you because of your vast knowledge with all things updated UE5, and I was like, I'm gonna have to reach out to Ryu about a lot of things like this because I'm gonna need some help with stuff like. I think I have data layers down now mostly, but like the world partition stuff is like I don't understand how any of it works or how he's like set that up or like Like we have it set up in this. Actually, we don't have it set up in this test world. Nope, it's not in here. So like there's a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to like learn because we're gonna have to use world partition. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how else we would do this, but anyway. So yeah, I was just talking about how I know that you have a lot of experience with all that stuff. So I was probably gonna have to reach out to you to ask you how that stuff works, or just watch a tutorial, I guess, because that's probably how you learned. So I guess I could just do that. Anyway, so yeah, let's move this stuff over, I guess. I do want to do more. There's a couple more things I want to add. Need this over. Really like the armor pieces, but we're definitely going to snap those on. 100% going to snap those on. It's going to work so much better, I think. I wonder if we... Man, do we have like a chest piece we snap on? Like, I sort of feel like if we had like a... Let's just throw a plane in here really quick. I mean, I guess this is like... All this kind of stuff can come later too. Like, we build some armor and like we really need some cool like big chest piece stuff right for this. Then we can just throw it in there, you know? That's kind of the beauty of like this setup. I really like the texture mixed with the mesh setup for the armor. But I was just thinking it'd be kind of cool if we had something like this. We have like some plate armor like this. Pull this out a little bit, and like these go up like this maybe and like stick out. Let's turn on some symmetry here. One more edge right here. Right, like something this would be really cool. We like snap this on, so we have like this extra. I mean, obviously it would have to be like textured, you know, like we need to paint it and everything. I feel like this could go like up, maybe down. I don't know, like something like this would be kind of cool. Maybe even like layer it. I don't know, because like I guess you couldn't do too much because it can't like when they bend, like this can't bend with it, right? This won't be deforming with it. So that's kind of the problem with this. That's like why I'm a little bit leaning away from this, but I don't know. I think overall, like we just do it for meshes that don't deform and it'll be fine. That works so much better, actually. Maybe this actually needs to be like... Also, Ryu, I'm gonna use 3D Coat for this. I'm like 90% sure I'm using 3D Coat, and I actually tried to set up a donation goal for it today, but it's not working for some reason. It still just says dev fund. But I'm probably just gonna try to buy it outright. I actually think I have the money for it already. I just don't want to spend that money until I know for sure we're using it. But yeah, I'm probably gonna use it, so I'm probably gonna have a lot of questions for you. But you kind of convinced me that that's like the way to go for hand painted textures, and this is 100% gonna be hand painted. If we did like, I don't know, probably fine, whatever. Because it's like 500. It's like 437. I think is what I came up with. It's listed in euros for some reason. I don't know why. I guess they don't. I don't know. You'd think that they would list it in USD or something, but because I'm looking at it through a USD, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm looking at it from the United States. You'd think they would convert it, but I guess they don't. You pay like 50 a month. Oh, why don't you just get the pay to license? Yeah, you can do like the pay to own, the rent to own one. And yeah, I think it is about $50 or $60 a month. The problem with that is like, it's better for me, the Ukrainian, No, yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, like, if you go to like Google or something from like Japan, then it shows you all the prices in yen. But they're also not a huge company, I'm guessing. So like that's probably why it's not a big deal. I was just expecting it like to have like a currency exchange when you like, you know, are looking at it from a United States like IP, but it doesn't matter. That this is just me being privileged, I guess. Anyway, yeah, the only problem with the pay to own or the rent to own thing is like I don't want to. It's hard for me to lock into a payment plan because my money fluctuates a lot. I don't have a consistent income like Jana does now, which is nice and it pays our bills mostly. But because of it only mostly pays our bills, sometimes we have to dip into our my dev fund or whatever to pay bills, which is mostly just what we get from Patreon and Twitch and stuff. So yeah, so that's, I don't know. I'd rather just buy it outright because I don't know if I don't even know if it ends up being the same price, but I'd rather buy it outright when I know I have the money, and then that way I don't have to worry about not having it later. I guess I don't know. This seems weird. Yes, in euros for me too from Canada. Yeah, yeah. It's fine. So you pop it. No, oh my god, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. I was literally bringing it up because you were the one that like uses 3D code, so I needed your help learning it. That's what I need your help with. That's it. That's what I need. Damn it, I shouldn't have said anything. It's fine. I don't need help. I got it. We got this. I don't even know you were gonna. Yeah, the second I started talking about it, I was like, shit. Maybe this was a bad idea. Anyway, this would be kind of cool to have some armor, like extra armor pieces like this. I like it. Maybe it needs more detail, whatever. It's fine. Anyway, that's not what we're doing. I'm trying to make boot pieces. I wanted to make. Let's duplicate this again because I want to. Probably gonna delete it. Actually, no, I'm not going to. I'll just wait. Why do I have an extra like foot piece right here? What I was thinking is we'll go here and we'll extrude. How do I want this to work? This is exactly like that stupid WoW boot that I hate, but we're gonna fix it. We're gonna add more detail to it. You're lucky your donation page is broken. Wait, why is my donation page broken? That might explain some things. I don't know why my donation page is broken, but also I don't know how super chats work, but thank you for that. God damn it. I should have just shut my mouth. I should have just messaged you after I bought it and been like, hey, what's your workflow for this? You know, that's what I should have done. I shouldn't have said anything. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Oh, man. Just like single-handedly supporting like the dev here, or the development of all of our games. You're crazy, dude. Thank you. I'm about to figure out how to get that out of there now. I don't even know how super chats work. Let's do. Oh, I can't do object based. It's fine. Okay, what I want to do is make a fold right here so it has a split. So I guess we'll just, we should just go from here. Yeah, that looks fine. Cool. Now let's just grab all this and we'll pull it off. And then we might just do this and add thickness this way. Or should we just pull the whole thing in and snap it together? Yeah, it's fine. You just do this maybe? No, that looks terrible. Let's just, let's not do this. Let's just do it like, actually here, let's grab these pieces, snap that together. And then we'll just extrude the whole thing. Like that. Okay. This isn't flipping. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I wasn't working. Don't love this center piece right here. This looks pretty bad. Maybe we should just merge this together. Yeah, it's better. Okay, cool. Let's delete this one. This is also kind of a piece that probably doesn't need to be weighted, right? Maybe it does. Why do we not turn on? That's fine. We'll just delete the other one again, I guess. Cool. Save that. Delete this one. Mirror this one again. Wait, why is my whole character moved down? What the hell happened? If these elbow pad or these are knees, these knee pads are going to be part of the pants, and they're going to clip with boots a lot. I think we'll make them part of the boots then. I guess it doesn't matter. We can figure it out. Merry Christmas or Happy New Year or something. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, seriously, man. Thank you. You're crazy. So nice of you. I need to figure out why my donation link isn't working though. Just, you know, in case some other random person wants to come in and give some charity. Let's go see. Oh, it's working for me. Does it not work when you try to like donate? If I click this, it'll probably pop up and ask me to use. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it looks like it's working to me. All right, well, it didn't work for you. That's fine. Just spins might be something that is blocking it on Brave browser. I'll check. Oh, okay, maybe that's what it is then. We gotta add the MMO to the panels down here too, eventually. Not today, but eventually. Okay, I think we're pretty close, guys. I think that's it. I'm really afraid to like lock this in because once we start doing these UVs, like we're stuck with this stuff. You can't add anything else unless it's a static mesh. I think it's fine though. I'm just trying to think of anything else we want to add, like should we mess with the tabard or should we just use that as like a texture over the top? I kind of just leaning toward a texture. Look at all this like armor we already have set up though. We have so much like possibility here. I feel like we already have like at least like 10 pieces of gear at least that like even without texture swaps, like there's a lot already. Might be something that's blocking. Oh, textures when in doubt, shapes are the only thing you give geo to. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, so how we're doing this is I'm gonna weight all of our anything that breaks the silhouette, anything that's silhouette modifying at all. I want to weight to the character, and then we're gonna use textures to like essentially use transparency layers to turn on and off different gears, like different pieces of those like meshes as gear. That's how Blizzard does it for World of Warcraft. That's where we're aiming for it. So yeah, so basically but the problem is that once I start UVing them, if I decide like in 3 months from now, man, I really want like some spikes on the gloves or something, right? Then I can't do that unless I can cram them into the existing UVs, because I can't change the UVs once I've made gear. Because once I've made like a set of gloves or something, if I change the UVs, I'll have to go change all of those textures. So this is like a permanent like choice to make. Although I would make an argument for Dota 2 style gear. How does Dota 2 work? But Dota 2 doesn't have like shared skeletons and stuff. Like they don't all have like a shared rig. How do they? Like every character has its own rig, right? I'd assume, with animations and everything. Freaking ad breaks. Yeah, I mean, enlighten me. I just want to make sure before we lock into this, I want to make sure this is what we're doing. So we also have pieces like this, like these static pieces. This guy, that guy, that guy. Obviously, like helmets and stuff. These will all be static. These will move over. Anything that needs to be weighted with the movement of the character, essentially. And honestly, if like even like stuff like this probably doesn't even need to be weighted. This could just be a static mesh we snap on. I think I'd rather it be weighted though, just so if there is any deformation, it doesn't look weird. But still. And also then it's just like built into the same mesh. Like how many, like, so let's assume this is like the whole thing. Where are we at here? We have 10k tries. Oh no, we don't. We have 2,600 tries. So if our base character, the human male character, only has 2,600, almost 2,700 tries, that's actually incredibly good. That's super low poly. So you're using one skeleton for everything? Yes, one skeleton for every character, I believe. We're gonna have the weirdest looking one is gonna be our frog character and our dwarf. And the plan is to just scale the skeleton to work for those. They're all gonna be humanoids. I want to share animations between all of them the best we can. Just because like we got to cut corners where we can. That's 1990 low poly. I hope it's like 2010 low poly. I think we're on like 2010-ish, 2006-ish maybe. because we're aiming for like World of Warcraft, but World of Warcraft is even more low poly because like they just, yeah, like they just didn't have the ability to have that many polygons. Polycount was a big thing in 2004. So we have I know we can have a much higher poly count than this, but I don't want to. Like I like the low poly feel, and I want to like just use textures to like make this stuff pop. And I'd rather have a lower poly count and a higher texture resolution. So if we can get away with like a 2K texture on our characters, and then like a 1K for each one of the armor pieces, then I'm thrilled with that. Maybe even do like 5K or like a 512 for our gloves and boots and helmets and stuff, and then we do a 1K for our chest and pants. I think that's how we're probably going to do it. But yeah, I'm trying to be super conscientious about not necessarily poly count, but just like resources in general. I don't want any reasons. I don't want to be the reason in any case that like the performance is bad, because in Swords of Magic, I 100% was. In Swords of Magic, we built a lot of stuff around material slots because I was told early on, and didn't do any research myself, on the material slots were like a really good way to do it, because then you use a master material and it only has to use one draw call for the master material, and all the children under that just use one draw call and it's all set. So I thought, cool, one draw call for the whole world for all the materials, as long as they're all under one master material. So we'll have like, let's say the 10, 20 master materials, that's it. And then they're all children of that. So we have like 10 draw calls. Wonderful. Yeah, that's not how it works. I learned that the wrong way, or learned that the hard way. Mega sheets plus trim sheets equals most powerful for performance. Yeah, and I'm not sure how to do that. I've seen a lot of interesting data around mega sheets. We could probably do mega sheets for like, maybe not mega sheets. We could do like texture atlases for like for gear and stuff. So like we could probably put like, I don't know, man. I just feel like it's a lot of wasted space if we do things like I was gonna say we could put like 4 like gloves or whatever on one texture space, on one texture sheet. But then it's like, I may as well, if we're gonna use like a 1K, I may as well just do like, so let's say we have a 2K texture for like with 4 gloves. I may as well just have 4 512 textures with individual gloves, and it's just easier to manage that way. Then I don't have to worry about masking out and like changing UV space and stuff when I'm like equipping. Like, it's just easier. 8K texture for all armor, 8K texture for all characters. Do you have female characters already? I have a female human, which will be like 4 of our 6 character races. So I need to make a female frog and a female dwarf still, and that's it. And then the base meshes are done for all the characters. Still got to sculpt the frog's head. This is a placeholder. This is an ugly ass head that I just modeled real quick and threw on there. I thought I was gonna go that route with like hard surface modeling it, but I'm gonna sculpt it. It's not how I want it to look. So, but yeah, and then we need to do wings because there's gonna be a Valkyrie race, and then the other race is gonna be a Dryad. So we'll probably replace the head with like antlers, stuff like that. I also need to replace the ears on the female and the dwarf, and I need to fix the hands on the dwarf and the female and the frog, because we had them like super curled in. You can see the hands on this one are like bent like this, and that's not we can't rig them that way. So I replaced them with a more like straight hand. Still not perfect, but it came out way better than the other one did. It's good enough for now. We can always re-rig this and weight it later. It's not a big deal. Re-rigging is super easy because I use AccuRig because I am lazy and I like AccuRig a lot. So anyway, so you plan to dev on this for 5 years? Yep. Yes, actually. Like, I'm fully prepared for 5 to 10 years on this. Yeah. Yeah, so I've explained this a few times already, but I may as well just keep spitting it out. That's fine. Yeah, so I worked on Swords of Magic for 7 years, right? It's been, well, no, 8 years. It's been 8 years now. And it was never intended to be that long. And the point of Swords of Magic was like, I want to learn Unreal Engine because one day I want to make an MMO, right? That's since like day one, that's what it's been. It's like, I can't make an MMO right now, so I'm gonna learn to make this game, because that's like, then I'll learn a little more about this one thing, and then I'll learn to make this game, and then this game, and this game. And I just kept doing that, thinking one day I'll be able to make an MMO, right? And then I made Swords of Magic, which is basically an MMO minus the first M, right? like all it is like we don't have a dedicated server that everyone logs into, and we also have like way too much complex combat and physics and stuff like that we couldn't handle an MMO with that, probably. I'm sure we could probably pull it off somehow, but still. Anyway, we had to rebuild a lot. And so now I'm like, and I kept thinking like, how, like, I got to make some more small games, you know, to make some money so we can like fund a bigger game or whatever, if I want to make a bigger game. Then I thought about making a survival game, and I really like the idea of like a survival, like Redwall game. And I had this whole thing planned out, and I was like, man, it's going to take like 3 years. And then I clicked that I'm 37 years old, and I'm like, shit, if it takes me 15 years to make an MMO, I'm gonna be old as hell when it's done, you know? So I better start soon. Like, I'm gonna run out of time here, and life is not very forgiving, and shit happens. So like, who knows, I'll even have 15 years, you know? You never know. And so I was like, why am I wasting, like, why am I just like waiting? Like, I'm just like waiting around to make this dream game that I've wanted to make since I was like 18, thinking that one day I'll have like a few $1 million to invest in a team, and I'll have, you know, all the experience I need to make this. And like, I was just like, screw it, I'm just gonna make the game I want to make, that I've wanted to make since I was 17. You know, I've been waiting to make this game for 20 years. Like, why am I not just making this? I've been playing a lot of classic WoW lately, and remembering why I love video games in the first place. Like, World of Warcraft was like what really made me fall in love with games. Like, I loved Zelda and all that stuff before that, but World of Warcraft like opened my eyes to the possibility of like what a video game could be. Like, I was like, learned like a video game can be a world you live in. It doesn't necessarily have to just be a short experience you play for like, you know, several hours and you're done with. It can be a multiplayer experience where you like live in this world with friends, you know, like 6 hours a day if you wanted to, you know. And I don't know, I've always wanted to like make something like that. In my own world, in my own way and stuff. And so I just decided, screw it. So I reached out to Moz, and Moz was like, yep, I'm in, let's do it. So that's what we're doing. And yes, I'm fully prepared to invest 5 to 10 years on this, because I just did that for Swords and Magic, and like, I like Swords and Magic, but it was never my dream game. In fact, there's a lot about Swords and Magic that I just don't like, and I wish we didn't do it that way. You know, like, I really don't like the character models. I really don't like that we never got to do like shoulder armor. I really don't like that we didn't do an armor slot in general. Like it's all like cosmetic. Like, I liked it at the time when it was a simple like casual game, but it's just grown so big. Like, and I kept trying to like, another thing about Swords of Magic is I kept trying to shoehorn all the things I wanted to put in MMO into that game, right? Like the dungeons, the skill trees, all that stuff was like, I really want to make an MMO, but I have this to work with instead. So how can I cram this stuff in here and make it work? And honestly, it was a huge mistake. Like, I shouldn't have been doing all that stuff to try to make that game into what I wanted to be. And I should have just said, all right, let's make the game I want now. So this is the game where I'm actually putting all the things in that I've wanted for 20 years to put into a game. This is where all the ideas are coming together. And like, I'm just doing it finally, you know? Wait, you reached out to Moz? M-O-Z, but not me. I'm sorry, Ryu. Moz and I are both huge World of Warcraft fans. We played since like launch, basically. I mean, I stopped playing for like 15 years, but I don't know. And I worked with Moz with a lot of stuff, and it just seemed like a perfect fit. Like, I just reached out to him like immediately. But like, I was in WoW Alpha. Oh, I didn't know you played WoW. How did I not know that? Oh, that does explain who you plan to do the networking though. No, so actually Moz actually is not doing all the networking stuff. In fact, Golfer is. So we have a I don't know if you know who Golfer is. He's actually a big Swords of Magic fan and has been playing for a long time, and actually does a bunch of video content on like secrets and stuff about Swords of Magic. And he actually works, I'm gonna get this wrong, just like I used to get Wendy wrong all the time. I used to say that she did level design before she worked for us, and she didn't. She played Planet Coaster. Just, I don't even know where I got that from. I think that Golfer works as like an engineer. I think he does like network engineering stuff, but I could be way wrong. I know he's a ton of experience with this kind of stuff, so he's handling it. But we're actually using the framework. It's called Redwood, and it's made by Encanta Games, or Mike Cease, who also helped with Swords of Magic for a little bit. It's kind of wild. Like we just made all these connections over the years that all like are adding up and like working together now. And yeah, Ryu, I might be in touch because depending on how like this texturing goes for the assets and stuff, I might need help. So I might reach out if you're interested in helping out. No promises yet. I don't know if I'm gonna need help. If it turns out to like, if I absolutely love it and I'm just like churning out textures, then I'm probably not gonna worry about it. But if it turns out to be like something more daunting and like it's taking a long time, then I might need some help with it. We'll see. But yeah, definitely got to get things UV'd and like finalize and get the pipeline working first, and then we'll go from there. But super excited to work in 3D Coat and like start painting on this stuff. So that's gonna be awesome. And I have this awesome new screen tablet that I did the review on a while back that I finally get to like put to use. I've been using my iPad, which is exciting. I love my iPad and I love painting on it, but I just don't think it's quite there yet for like painting 3D characters. Unfortunately, even the 3D app I have is going to be great for sculpting stuff, but not great for painting. So yeah, anyway, what was I saying? Anyway, yeah, so we're using Redwood, which is like a full MMO framework that he's been working on for like a few years now, I think. Like before Swords and Magic, I think. I could be wrong, maybe it was after Swords and Magic. Before he worked on Swords and Magic anyway. I'll enjoy the process either way. Yeah. I never judge you even if you don't want me there. It's not that. It's never I think it's, I don't know. I think Maz was like a good choice because I don't know. I don't know why. I guess Maz and I have talked about this before many times. Like we've talked about MMOs so many times, like making them, and him and I've just been kept in touch for a long time. And so I was like, hey, how do you feel about making like a WoW classic? Like, so the whole spiel for this, by the way, Ryu, since you played WoW during Alpha, you are probably fully on board for this, is essentially, I want to make WoW Classic Plus, right? Like, I want to make a new world with new races and new classes and new characters and new abilities and like everything new, but I want it to feel very much like World of Warcraft, like classic WoW. Like, I want the same kind of like slow burn, like leveling vibe, the same like casual like exploration, the same like social like stuff going on, plus some. We want to add a lot more social stuff. So I basically just want like a new World of Warcraft experience to play, right? Like a new world to explore and all that stuff. So that's kind of what the goal is here. It's just like we're straight up like vibing off of World of Warcraft, but then adding more. We're just kind of swapping out features and stuff. But yeah, trying really hard not to like bloat with a whole bunch of features either. We're trying to keep things pretty minimalistic, at least for now. Another thing we're trying to do is we're trying to avoid too much verticality, like, or vertical progression. Like, there's obviously gonna be vertical progression that like you can't really have an RPG without some sort of vertical progression. Like, that just feels good to get stronger. But we want to add more horizontal progression too. We're gonna try to take a lot of pointers from games like Albion and RuneScape and stuff, and try to like spread out the progression vertical or horizontally. So there's more like more ways to like change up the way you play, rather than like, now I just need one more level and then I'll have this thing, you know. I still think we can have a little of both. I really like vertical progression. I like leveling up and hitting level 20 or whatever and being like, cool, now I can do this thing. Like, I think that feels really good. We'll still have a lot of the stuff in there, but I think once you hit like cap level 60 or whatever it's going to be, I think it makes a lot of sense to say, okay, now what can I do that doesn't involve getting stronger, but involves like customizing my playstyle how I want, right? So, good one to go for horizontal progression. Yeah, I think horizontal progression is absolutely necessary. I think the reason that World of Warcraft retail is kind of garbage, in my opinion, I think it's kind of garbage. I think the art is beautiful. I think like the combat is really fun. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's good. It's just so bloated and there's just so much stuff going on, and the game is so top heavy, and like what made it World of Warcraft is completely gone now, right? Like, it's a totally different game, like completely different game. Like, I truly think if I didn't know that they were the same game and I just logged in and started playing that and they had different races or whatever, I would probably be like, this is a cool MMO. That it's a little much, you know, but it's a totally different MMO. I wouldn't have even known it was WoW, you know. But But yeah, I think the vertical progression killed it. I feel like you have all this beautiful content down here that they did in Classic, and then they added on to it, and it like keeps like, then they add on to that one, and it just keeps like pushing and like pushing down and like flattening out that bottom content until there's like literally nothing there. And now it's to the point where you log in on a new character, they teleport you to Stormwind, and it's like they're just like nudging you to go to Dragon Isles. They're just like, no, don't look over there. Don't look over there. There's nothing there for you to see. Don't do it. Just go this way. And they just like push you into the Dragon Isles content. Like they immediately want you thrown into that, or at least some other expansion, you know, with the Chromie time thing. And I just think it feels bad. Like I want to just play classic WoW. Also, they rush you through the leveling process so fast that by the time you hit cap level, you don't even know how to play your character. And you're like immediately just thrown into end game content. And you're like, what is going on? There's so much going on. Is it true that WoW players do not know the names of their gear? Oh, dude, straight up, I couldn't even tell you what the name of any of my gear is on my. I have a level 80 Warlock. Literally couldn't tell you a single piece of gear. I honestly don't even know what my gear looks like because you just transmog it, right? I'm just wearing I'm playing a Void. What are they called? Void Elf, I think. And it's all transmog to the Void Elf, like their class gear or race gear. You don't need to know the name of gear, just the score. Yeah, in retail WoW, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I know my gear score is like 8. No, I can't remember yeah, I'm like 812 or something like that. It's pretty high. I think it's pretty good. I know I probably go a lot higher, but I think it's pretty good. Regardless, but yeah, in Classic WoW, you know exactly what gear you have. You know if you have Herod's shoulders, or you know if you have like, I can't think of anything else, the Defias mask or whatever, right? Like you know what you have because that gear is famous, right? Like that kind of stuff is like famous, and players know what it looks like. They know where you get it from. They know what it takes to get it, and I love that about WoW Classic. Like gear is not just a treadmill, right? Transmog changed all that. Agreed. Yeah, I refuse to do transmog in this game, which is why I want to make sure gear looks cool. Like I actually want gear to look cool from the beginning to the end, you know, but also I understand that we want the low level gear to be pretty low level-y, you know. Like I think it's understandable. I think we should have some low level gear that looks, you know, like we want to do rags to riches. We don't want players to start out immediately looking like this badass paladin or something, you know. But that doesn't mean that the gear has looked stupid either. So anyway, man, we do a lot of talking with this game, but you know, we're also like doing a lot of planning still. There's a lot of design work that goes into this. By the way, Ray, this is the first character we had. I didn't make this one. This came from a pack. This is the first character we were working with. And then I was like, we can probably make this work for like a prototype or whatever. And then I was like, nah. Like it is split into pieces. Like if we separate it out, we have like the gloves, boots, and then you have like a torso, and then shoulder armor and like a head. So I was like, I guess we could maybe make this work. But yeah, it's very like Warcraft, not World of Warcraft. It's like Warcraft. You remember that pack? Yeah. It's the same pack we were using for the Dwarvenhold game. They're the same packs. I just threw them in because I was like, this will work for an MMO for now. But yeah, and then I really love this environment pack, so I'm kind of like leaning toward this style for the environment, and I kind of want to try to match this style the best we can when I start doing environment stuff. Also, might reach out to your help for environment art eventually, but for now we're using this this like sample map just to like run around in and like prototype everything out in, and then we'll I'll be redesigning and building a whole new map from scratch eventually. But I do like the look of this one, and I think the style looks good. I'm happy with it for an MMO. I think it kind of has like that like kind of like classic WoW-esque kind of feel to it. Like it definitely feels a little old school. Like it's definitely not modern AAA graphics here, and I love that. So this is about the level of detail I'm looking for. Anyway, super hyped about these characters. I'm really excited to get this in. I just have to go UV now, and I'm not excited about that. So, When I made my first MMO style game, I had rusty metal gear for low levels. Yeah, people loved the concept and laughed at it. Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, rusty gear, why not? Rusty and broken stuff, yeah. In Swords of Magic, we start with like a stick, right? And then you do get, actually, I don't think you get rusty gear. You just get like copper gear. But yeah, I think rusty stuff is perfect. Why not? There is some broken stuff. Like you get like a broken shield. There's like a broken dagger or something, I think at one point. I don't remember. Maybe that stuff's not in the game anymore. It's been a long time. But anyway, don't look at these guys' face textures. It's just an ear. Hey, what's up, Summon? Anyway, it was fun to watch players run around from rusty metal to copper. Yeah, I love that. I didn't know you made an MMO, Ryu. What happened to that? Didn't a lot of MMOs try to be WoW clones? Have you looked into why a lot of those games failed? Yeah, they did, and I think the reason that they failed is because they tried to be WoW clones when WoW is still the king, right? And don't get me wrong, WoW is still the king. I still think WoW is like the most popular MMO. It's like, it is, I don't know. I kind of switch this all the time, but I really think that WoW might actually be like the best game that's ever like been created. Like, I don't know. My opinion shifts between like what I think that game is, but it's up there for me for sure. Like, gotta be like at least top 3. But anyway, I still think it's like the king, but it's evolved so much that I think a WoW clone that's cloning classic WoW is actually totally doable now. Also, when WoW clones were happening, it was like 2006, 2007. That's when all the WoW clones were coming out, like Runes of Magic, Rift, all those games were coming out, right? They were WoW clones. They were WoW killers or whatever. And I think the reason they failed is because, one, WoW is still extremely popular and like still, it was the only game to play, right? Like they didn't have like a other variations of the game or whatever, or version of the game. So one, like, yeah, like you're competing with the game that's already like the best, right? So you have to be better than that. You can't just make a clone that's like, oh yeah, this is just as good as this other game that's already very, very popular, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. Like I am kind of doing that with WoW Classic. But I think the difference is that WoW Classic is not changing, right? So Classic WoW, so you log into Classic WoW, you level from 1 to 60, and then you do it again and you do it again, and pretty soon players get sick of it, right? Like, I'm not sick of it because I just started playing a few months ago, but I will be in a few months from now, right? Give me 6 months, even maybe, yeah, probably 3 to 6 months or so, and I'm probably going to be really bored of Classic WoW because it doesn't change, right? So I think a Classic WoW feeling game with a new coat of paint that feels new and is exciting and is evolving and changing is going to be really exciting for players who love Classic WoW. So that's entirely our target audience, is like classic MMO players who love the old school MMO and like miss that classic vibe, like miss the social aspect, miss having to put groups together to do dungeons, that miss like gathering for guild meetings in, you know, Goldshire, like that kind of stuff, right? Maybe not in Goldshire, but whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. Like they miss those vibes. Like that's what we're kind of trying to capture with this, is like those old school like WoW Classic vibes, for me anyway. I'm sure Moz is trying to capture other things, and I'm sure Golfer wants to capture other things too, and I think the amalgamation of all those things is gonna be good. But yeah, I think the reason that a lot of those WoW clones fail is because they were trying to compete with an evolving game that was already so damn good at the time, right? Like it's hard to beat that. And so, and also because subscriptions were the way they were, no one wanted to go subscribe to a separate game to try to see if it was any good, and they weren't. They were all, none of them were as good as WoW, right? They just weren't. And like not only that, but you switched over to a new game and your friends weren't there, right? And that was a big thing back then. It's not so much now, because WoW used to be like the original like social media app, right? That's where everyone went to hang out with friends and chat. And now we have Discord, and now we have Facebook, and we have other junk, you know? So like we don't have to compete with that, right? We're not competing with Facebook and social media. We can just build a place where people come in and experience the world and chat with their friends while they're on, or meet new people, right? Like we don't have to build the next social media platform like all these WoW clones had to back then, because like we're not trying to compete with those. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out my ass now. Anyway, and lastly, I think that like now MMOs that are being made now are not competing with WoW. Well, they are competing with WoW, but I think they're doing it in a way they're trying to compete with retail WoW, right? Like look at New World, right? Like New World has AAA graphics, wild ass features that are like way out there, like the points of interest and stuff that are like evolving and changing or whatever, and you like take them over, and there's PvP and stuff. I don't know what else there is. I'm sure there's a lot more features than that I'm missing. And you look at like Ashes of Creation, and it's like, you know, like there's just like so many crazy features that are like so big that like they have to do that kind of stuff to like stand out and like make this new like experience, right? No AAA studios out there are just trying to make like a classic MMO, like it's like a simple classic MMO anymore. So I think there's a space for it. I also think there's a lot of indie MMOs that are getting made that are just kind of bad. No offense. Like, I mean, I hate to say that. Like, I know I try my best not to like tear down other devs or whatever, but like there's a lot of indie MMOs that are just like, they're just bad. You know, a lot of 2D ones that are like, I mean, they're doing their own thing with 2D, I guess. And like, I know there's like a special place for 2D MMOs, but like, I think a lot of them are just really lackluster and like unpolished and like just don't feel good to play, and they don't have very good progression or game design. And I'm not saying that I can do better. It's just, I don't know. I feel like we did something cool with Swords and Magic, and I feel like I can capture that sort of progression sort of, but even like more honed in, hopefully, with an MMO. I don't know. I think there's a space for it. I think back in 2004, 2006, 2007, whatever, there wasn't space for it. WoW was taking it too much of the market. It was impossible to compete with it. But now I'm only trying to compete with WoW Classic, right? And that's not a priority for Blizzard. It hasn't changed in what? How long has it been? 21 years, right? Like WoW Classic has not changed in 21 years. I feel like we have a chance to compete with it. And that's all I'm trying to compete with right now is WoW Classic. And honestly, if they do Classic Plus, it's going to be a lot harder to compete with it, but I still think we can. Like, I still truly think that like if they do a Classic Plus, it's going to feel like Classic with some sprinkles on top, you know? And I feel like what we're doing is like a whole new cake, you know? It's like, if personally, if Classic Plus comes out and they're like, now you can play as Draenei and what's the Horde race? my brain. Blood Elves in Classic. Isn't that cool? Players are gonna be like, neat. Now I can play a new character and do the exact same thing again. I think the only way they're gonna like revive Classic and like really make it feel like a brand new game again and make people like really love it is if they like start adding new zones or revamping the old zones or something, you know? And I don't think they're gonna do that. I think it's too much of a risk for them. They're too big, and I don't think they can risk that stuff. I can, you know, I can risk it. I can build a whole new world that feels like World of Warcraft and like has new stuff to explore and stuff to do. I don't know why I think I can do that because like I have a lot less money to play with than they do. But I'm more agile, I guess, you know, like I'm doing this anyway. So New World just closed its doors. So sad. It had massive potential. Yeah, I actually think New World looked absolutely gorgeous, and I wish I would have played it again recently. I have it installed right now, and I kind of want to play it just to like pull any inspiration from it I can before it closes up a year from now. I think it's a year from now. But yeah, I don't know. I think when I played it when it first dropped, I was really disappointed. There was a lot in it I didn't like. There was something about the questing system I just thought was really lackluster. Felt really bad to like go get a quest to kill 10, you know, Western wolves, and then I turn that quest in, then I get another quest that says now go kill 12 Eastern wolves, and they're just a recolored wolf in a different section of the map. And like, I know WoW does that, but for some reason it feels like a quest in WoW. It doesn't feel like that in New World. At least not to me, it didn't. In New World, it felt like generated. It felt like it was just like procedurally generated like quest content. Like it just felt bad. Like it felt like they were just spawning in a recolored wolf and then giving you a random quest to go kill it. Like it felt like job board quests to me, not an actual adventure. So that was the big part for me. And then the next one was like the PvP stuff. Like there was like a quest or something like that to go to like one of the garrison things or whatever the hell they're called, and like take it over. And it was just like getting ganked over and over and over again. Like the only reason we even like got through that quest or whatever it was is because like the other faction or whoever it was that were opposing us just didn't show up. Like we finally just went there and there was no one there and we took it and it was like cool, we finally finished that thing, and it like we didn't actually earn it. So I don't know, that felt bad to me. I'm not a big PvP player, but the locations were dead. This is the problem that Asian MMO styles have. Yeah. I'm excited for Aeon 2. I'm praying they don't make the same mistakes before. I don't know what Aeon 2 is. I don't even think I've heard of Aeon. Yeah, my so another thing I'm worried about is like end game content obviously scares me because I don't know how to build end game content that feels rewarding after you've done it, you know? Like how do you keep people playing? And like I think part of the charm of an MMO is like, well, actually 99% of the charm in my opinion is the leveling process. So I hope the end game content is just sort of like almost like I hope you just get, I think in my head I want to do like a thing where you like get end game and it's like you unlock like a new game plus. You know, it's almost like a roguelike where you like get to end game and now you've got a new thing to try the next time you level up. And I think like by doing that with like allied races and stuff, how WoW retail WoW does that is a really cool way to do it. So I'm thinking we'll like lock some of our races behind like end game stuff. So you level up, you get to end game, you unlock like the Valkyrie race or whatever, and then you can start a new character as a Valkyrie and you get their new like racial bonuses and stuff, and maybe they have a new class or something, and now you can level through the whole game again. Hopefully there's, you know, some variety so you don't have to do the exact same thing every time you level through. We'll have like enough zones you can split up. Like I love in WoW Classic, like my rogue, I went to Lochmoden and did all the quests there. And then I went back to Westfall and did more quests. And on my priest, I got into a Deadmines group early, and so I kind of like got boosted like a level or two. And so I never had to go to Lochmoden. So I just didn't. So I just stayed in Westfall and did all that and then went to Redridge. And I love that there's like options, you know? Like I love that you can level up and go to a location that you've never been to before. I mean, not never went to, but you go to a location you haven't been to in a while and level there, or you can go to a different location and level up. So I think the goal with this is like also having options. So there's gonna be a couple zones for each thing. The only problem with that is the more we do that, the more we're spreading our player base thinner. And with an indie MMO, we're not gonna have a huge player base. So we have to be careful with that too. You could separate all the armor parts into different UVs. Then you can use multiple mutable to mask out the geo for all the parts via UV masks in mutable. Like this, like UV sets. Wait, hold on. So I have a UV set here, and then I have one for like boots, and this just has the UVs for boots. That's what I'm planning on doing already. But I was going to do it with transparent textures. Aeon 2 is going to be more pay to win than TNL. What's TNL? I don't play enough MMOs, I guess. I struggle so hard to like enjoy any MMOs that aren't like WoW, Guild Wars, ESO, like those like, and it's not even like the polish, it's just like the type of gameplay it is, I think. Anyway, the more dead it'll feel. Yep. Doing the rep grind for Volpera was some of the most fun I had in retail in recent years. Yeah, see, I agree with that. Like I love like unlocking something so like massive like that. Like I have almost all of the allied races unlocked, and I was watching literally a professional streamer, it's Peekaboo actually, play retail for the first time in a while, and he plays classic I think mostly, and he literally had like none of the allied races unlocked, and I was like, how do you play WoW like professionally? You don't have the allied retail or the allied races unlocked. Made me feel like really good about my progress in retail WoW for some reason. Like I felt like I like have been through more of the game than I ever thought I did. Like I feel like I haven't even touched end game stuff because I've never done a single raid in WoW, which I know is kind of crazy to say that and then try to make an MMO. Probably stupid, but anyway, I don't know. I thought that was kind of crazy, and like I think the allied races are amazing. Like I have like almost all of them unlocked. I have a couple more horde ones I haven't unlocked, and I haven't unlocked the Mecha Gnome one. I don't know. Didn't really vibe with that one yet. But I love the ally races. I think being able to like, because of that, I've made so many new characters and leveled them up again. Like, so many. Wait, you just said you've done no raids. Yeah, I've never done an actual like full-on raid, like a 25 manner. Oh, you know what? I have, but I think it was on a private server a long time ago. Like, I think back in like 2000, like 10-ish. I think it was like after like Wrath of the Lich King came out. I got back into the game and I couldn't afford to play it or something. I couldn't afford to pay the subscription at the time. I think I was kind of broke. And I discovered private servers, and I think I did a private server, and the XP rate was like 3 times or something. And I did hit cap level, and I did get into a raid, and I think it was Nax. No, it wasn't. What is the floating one? It's the big floating, it's like a big floating like obelisk sign up like kind of thing, whatever, and you like fly up into it. I know it's the Lich King raid. And it's like a bunch of like oh man, I can't remember. What about LFR? When you say LFR, does that stand for looking for a raid, like an like LFG? Like, so you just like click looking for raid and then you just get thrown into a group and you run through a raid? Because no, I have not done that. I have one level 80 that I just hit 80 on like a month and a half ago, and then I immediately switched and started playing another character because it was a warlock. And while I love the warlock, it wasn't really my vibe. I don't know how I even made it to 80. I think it was just like easy, so I just kept doing it. I was also playing Affliction the whole time, and then at like level 70 or so, I was like, man, I feel like I just suck at like I'm not like doing any damage. So I switched to Demonology, and then I just started mopping the floor with everything. I don't with my like army of freaking demons, and I was like, I don't know what I was doing wrong with Affliction, or maybe the classes or the spec just isn't as good. So I switched. But anyway, right after that, I went and rolled a shaman and started healing instead. I love healing in MMOs, and I started really liking tanking too. So I have like a level 65 shaman that I was working on, and like a level 75, I think, paladin that was tanking. I don't know. I like playing with people, and I feel like WoW retail just does not have that like social thing. You'd think me like joining a raid or whatever would be. LFR is what they introduce so that people who don't ever raid can get into it with a queue. Gotcha. Yeah, I've not played enough retail. I spent like 2 of the last 3 months playing WoW in classic. And I'm still like, my highest level character right now is like 26, I think. That's it. Part of this, so here, okay. In my defense, part of this is because I started playing WoW again with Matt. Okay. I love Matt. Matt gives me shit all the time because we start playing a game together, and after about 15 or 20 hours, I get bored of the game and move on to something else. Get back to work on Swords of Magic, or I start playing a different game or something, right? And I stop playing that game. Happened with what was that one game, I can't think what it's called, something Throne, I don't know what it's called, Frozen Flame. It happened with Enshrouded. It happened with Core Keeper. It happens like with every game I play. Like, I get like 20 hours in and I feel like I've like understood like the gist of the game, and I just kind of get bored of it and give up. Most of these games are like survival crafting games, and I think maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe like I hit the point where it's like I just get bored. Anyway, I was not bored of World of Warcraft, clearly. I've still been playing for the last 3 months, but Matt re-rolled characters like every other day. So we started over like 15 times. And then he was like, I want to play retail. So we played retail, and he got to like level 20 and then started over. And I'm like, okay. So I started over with him again. And then like we just kept doing that over and over again. And then finally I just got bored of starting over with him, and I just kept playing the same character. And since things scale with you anyway, I just kept playing with him. Anyway, I hit cap level. I don't think he got past like level 40 on any of his characters. And then I just started over again to play with him. So anyway, if you raid competitively, you sort of have to get to know your fellow raiders in a guild. Yeah, of course, yeah. That's true, but I'm also not interested in raiding competitively. This is why I don't like endgame in WoW. I don't want a job, right? I'm here to explore a world and like level up and get stronger, and I feel like raiding is like not what I'm interested in. It's just like, that's like, I'm done. Like, I did it. I hit the cap level. I'm as strong as I can get. Sure, I could get some cool new gear if I go to do raids or whatever, but I'm just not that interested in that. Yeah, like I do like the idea of doing a raid and defeating a hard boss. I do want to do that, and I do want a raid. I guess I just feel like I want to do it in a way that feels more impactful than just playing a warlock and spamming the same rotation for like 10 minutes. I don't know. Especially the healer. Yeah, and I love healing, and I want to heal raids for sure. And that's what I did when I did the first time. I was playing a paladin, and I wanted to tank. I would like had leveled up to tank, and they're like, no, you can't tank raids yet. You'll be a healer first. And I was like, okay. So I had to go respec and like learn how to heal like on like in the raid, as a paladin, and I sucked. I'm pretty sure I let like 3 or 4 people die throughout the raid, because I didn't know what I was doing with that class. But anyway, I played WoW. Hold on, it is Nax. Okay, cool. Then I know what I was talking about then. Nax floats in Dragonflight in Wrath of the Lich King. In Wrath of the Lich King, it floats in Dragonflight. I don't know what that means. Okay. I played WoW almost exclusively for raiding. I love the complexity of Mythic raiding. Have you tried Fellowship then? Well, I guess that's not raiding. That's Mythic Plus, but still. Even as a classic enjoyer, yeah. LFR is what they introduced. I hate raiding. It's always takes too long. Mobs that aren't hard. They just have so much HP. It's hard. Sounds like our game's not gonna have a lot of raids, guys. Because I don't know. I mean, I want to try raiding. What I don't want to do is I don't want to make raiding into a job. I don't want people to log in, raid with their party for an hour, 2 hours, 3, 4 hours, however long it takes, and then log out again. Like I don't want that. Like I don't want raid logging to be a thing. Like I want to design a game so people can explore the world and like level up and like get stronger and enjoy the progression of it. I just think that raiding you're past that now, you know? I think having like an end game raid where you like do an end game raid is awesome. And even if we have like multiple difficulties, so you can do it again as like at like a harder difficulty or whatever, that's cool too. But I just feel like at that point, like let's unlock something cool from the raid and then start a new character with that cool thing or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. I don't like the gear treadmill. I don't like having to like, it also feels weird to me, like if you raid, so you go through the raid, right, with your pre-bis gear or whatever, and you defeat the boss and you get your bis gear. But then like, what's the point? Like, what do you have that gear for? There's nothing harder to defeat, right? And I feel like there's this weird cycle where Blizzard is just like, you're right, we have the best gear possible now, so let's make a new raid and drop it on top of them, make it even harder. But then they drop better gear. So then you do that raid and you get even better gear. And they're like, oh man, now I have better gear, so we got to make something even harder for them to kill. So then they make something harder. And I just feel like that's a weird cycle that is not good, right? I don't like that cycle where you get like, you defeat the hardest content in the game to get better gear, so you can defeat the hardest content in the game again easier. I don't know. Like, what is the point? What's the purpose of that? Like, I guess you can't get out of that cycle. I think there's a way to get out of it. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a way to get out of it. I think you don't drop gear in the raid. I think that's how you get out of it, is you don't get weapons in that raid. How do you make a game that doesn't use that cycle? I mean, you're probably right? Like, I think that is kind of the issue, right? Like, that's the whole game, is like, I'm level 1 and I killed this thing's hard and it gave me better gear and now I can kill something bigger, right? Yes, that is the whole progression of an MMO. But I just feel like at endgame you have to change it. Something has to change, right? You can't just keep doing that forever. I just think there needs to be like a cap where you're just like, well, I have this gear and I used it to defeat the end game boss, and now I've unlocked this new thing and I can start a new character. Right? I love the idea of like re-rolling a character feels like a new game plus rather than just like starting all over. Right? I think we can do something like that. Like I love how like roguelites do that in a way where like you go through the run and you like, even if you beat it or you don't beat it, whatever, you get to the end of it and you're like, damn, that was really fun, and now I have to start all over again. But it's like, oh, but you unlock this new thing you can do, and it's like, oh, awesome, now now I can find this new item throughout the run or whatever. Like, I really love that like progression, and I know that has to come to an end eventually, yes. But I think incorporating something along those lines in an MMO, and I think allied race is a really cool way to do it. We obviously won't call them allied races, but like Like you get to the whole, you defeat the last raid boss or whatever, and then boom, now you can play as a Valkyrie. Now you start a new character as a Valkyrie, and you have the wings, and you like have all these cool racial abilities and stuff. Like that's awesome. And that like you don't get better gear, right? You just unlock a new way to play from the beginning again. It's like a new game plus. Are you making Risk of Rain 2 MMO style? No, definitely not. I like the idea of multiple builds / sets for playstyles, and like there is no one BIS because endgame there is no one. Hold on. BIS build. There are plenty of viable builds for each class that all have different gear requirements. Plenty of builds / gear to chase, especially with lots of skills and minimum slots for skills. Yes, totally agree. I think that's a lot. There's a lot of progression or horizontal progression there where you can really choose how you want to play versus just getting stronger. And I think like there is something interesting about like looking at your spell book and seeing like, oh man, I have this at level 20, I'm going to unlock this ability and be able to do this thing. Like that's really exciting. I think we still have to have something along those lines. Like maybe it's even like gameplay features. Like at level 5, I can learn learn my first profession or something, right? Like stuff like that, where you still have milestones to reach, even if all of the abilities are found by like questing or whatever. I still think we need some sort of, maybe even just like core abilities you unlock at like every 5 levels or something, and then other abilities you find through questing, which are obviously going to be better, but the core abilities are there. I have played a little bit of Remnant, yeah. One benefit to the WoW raid system is that it keeps people subbed. Each raid season is like 4+ months long. That's a ton of sub money. True. I read the other day, I was thinking about this, that if you've been playing WoW since the day it came out, you have paid over $5,000 to Blizzard. Which doesn't seem like a lot to Blizzard, but that's a lot of freaking money for someone to pay for one video game. And I feel like that's wrong. Like I don't want like I was talking about like doing the Patreon thing for like our pre-alpha, right? Like, okay, the game's playable. Here's our Patreon link. If you want to play it, sign up here, pay $5 a month and you get access to the game. Love the idea of that, but then you think about it and it's like, after like 6 months, some of the people paid a lot of money, right? That's $300 that they've paid in 6 months. No, that's not right. That's 5 times 6. That's $30. Where's my brain? That's $30 that they paid in 6 months. That's more money than they would be paying for like the box price of the game, probably, right? That's years of entertainment. I mean, you're right. It just feels bad. Like, especially in our situation, like you're asking someone to pay $5 a month to play like the pre-alpha or whatever. That feels kind of bad to me. Like, I don't know. I think I'm not greedy enough to run an MMO successfully. Like, I'm a little worried about that. Like, I truly think even like when I'm super broke, I'm just not greedy enough, you know? Like, there's so many things like marketing wise that Jan and I could do to like there's so many things we could do to make more money off of like Swords of Magic. But I just like would feel guilty doing those things, you know? I don't know. I spend 8K in TNL just paying to win. It's not as bad, less predatory. What is TNL again? I just asked this a minute ago. I think someone probably answered and I didn't read it. You spent $8,000, Moz? Living, breathing world where content doesn't really become dead after you finish it. Yeah, the gear treadmill is to challenge harder and harder content, even within a raid. If you enter a raid on day 1, you do not have the gear / stats required, and you can't even kill the final boss. So you have to actually progress in that raid to complete it. That's true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, like if it's the first time hitting a new raid for your guild or whatever, you might finish the first boss, and you need the gear from that first boss to like get to the next boss. And so you might have to do that first boss like a dozen times to get your team like geared up enough. I guess that makes sense. If you can figure out how to solve that, you'll have a very popular MMO. Honestly, I know this. I don't want to go this route, but I actually think that Guild Wars 1 did solve it. So Guild Wars 1, you level up by doing content in the world, right? To level 20. That was it. Level 20 was the cap. And then you immediately are thrown into like, and you have a bunch of abilities, right? You can go to different trainers in different like parts of the world to learn different abilities. You level them up, or actually, I don't think you level them up. I think you just unlock them at certain levels. And then you just buy all the abilities or whatever, and you have all of them. And you can only put like 6 on your bar or something. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was 4. And then you do PvP. Like everything else after that is all PvP. It's like not world. It's like, I mean, guild versus guild for PvP, or it's like it was like 5v5 or whatever. And I spent a ton of time doing PvP. I leveled up so many characters just to do PvP to try different like combinations of skills and stuff like that in PvP. And like you could literally go into PvP, get wiped, and go, man, this spell didn't do as much as I wanted to, or it wasn't as useful as I thought it was going to be. So you leave PvP, you swap out that spell, and you go right back into another match. And then you do it again, and you try out that one. And then that didn't work, so you come back out and you're like, I really need more like mana per second, or it's been so long since I played, I don't remember what like you were tweaking. But I remember doing this like for hours and hours, like spend like a full Saturday, just like do one PvP, and then like come back out and be like, I need a dot or something, you know, like I need something to like, or I need a party-wide heal or something, so I can heal like a global heal, so I can heal my whole party, because like they don't stay next to me to fight in the fight or whatever. And so you swap out that spell or whatever, and you go back in and try again. Like that's why Swords and Magic had a limited action bar when I first built it, because I wanted that experience where you could swap out gear and items to like create a build that fit for that situation. That obviously got thrown out the window eventually. I mean, it kind of still is there a little bit, but not really. Anyway, I love that aspect. I love the idea of like, okay, let's go back into this dungeon again with different gear and try this again. I mean, obviously PvP is easy because like you have infinite content, right? PvP is like, it's always going to be there. You'll always find players that are like the same level or higher, or better than you or whatever to fight against. And so it's like, it never gets boring, you know? Maybe it will, but you know what I mean. So I do feel like we could do a PvP thing like that. Is that endgame? I don't know. And maybe it is. Maybe that's how we do endgame, so there's not a gear treadmill. I mean, there's a gear treadmill to get to endgame, but then you get to that and it's like, now I've done everything, and now there's endgame and I can fight enemies, you know? I think something along those lines, though, is the way to do it. Oh, I'm so far behind. Living in a world where content doesn't really... So you're making Risk of Rain. The game, that game elicits that feeling you're describing. Remnant. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't play it enough to get that far. There's a game that did this. Each new character was your child, and they took away one thing from your previous one. I have loved that idea for a long time, like a heritage, or like a bloodline kind of game thing where you like have children or whatever, and then like the children inherit something from your like a trait or something like that you like leveled up or whatever. Like, I love the idea of that. I don't think it fits in an MMO. I think it's maybe we could do something like it. I don't know. We could look into something like that, or like you make a new character and it could be like a child or something of your, you can't play a child, but you know what I mean, like that could be like your heritage or whatever. That would be kind of, this is a little wild, but that would be kind of cool if you hit like end game and you had an option to like settle down, right? And when you do that, you can create a new character that like inherits like traits or whatever from that character. I mean, obviously this sounds like a power creep thing, right? Like it's like a new game plus, but like a power creep. But something like that could be kind of cool. There could be something there. Anyway, if you haven't, I feel like that. Wait, hold on. It's like, which dungeon are we going to hunt to pick one of the 10 to 20 dungeons? Hold on. I misunderstood. PvP players are your content, and there will be always be a player to fight. Yeah, as long as you have players, right? Yeah, I think I like PvP in certain aspects. Like it depends. Depends on how the PvP is set up. You haven't, I feel like definitely inspire the ideas you're speaking about. WoW with China included is now larger than it's ever been because of how big Classic Plus is in China. What do you mean Classic Plus? You mean WoW Classic, right? There's not a Classic Plus in China, is there? Oh, the Classic Plus in China is just vanilla plus TBC and World of Warcraft or Wrath of the Lich King Rage. Oh, okay. I have 10k invested in Star Citizen. Oh my god, Ryu. Dude, what are you doing, man? That game is dead. That game's such a flop. It was dead on arrival. They have it's literally just a giant tech demo, and it's like so like it's so pieced out. It's like so disjointed. I haven't seen it in a long time. Not really. That's years of entertainment. I spend 8k and blah blah. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. Okay, the sub is the least greedy model for MMO. It doesn't create any FOMO. It's just an honest sub. Yeah. I hope you'll have to learn new skills and don't just get them like in retail WoW. I hate the new. Yeah, agreed. It feels great to fulfill a quest and receive a new skill or to find a secret teacher. Yes, I think that's the plan. I also think we should have rank, like, so in WoW you can like rank up your skills, right? Like you go back to your trainer and you're like, cool, I got rank 3 Sinister Strike or whatever as a rogue. I think we do that, except instead of going to a trainer, you like have the skill on your bar, and when you level up or like get experience, it goes toward that. So you rank up those skills by using them. Because if you have a limited bar of like 6 to 8 skills or whatever you can use at one time, you have to choose which ones go on your bar. So you're gonna have like a lower level skill until you've used it more, and I think it levels up. I think that feels good. We'll see though. Thrones guild system is really good though. Yes, King. I don't know what we're talking about, Malaz. I'm so sorry. So far behind. This is what happens when I just rant and I don't read chat. Sorry, guys. Ghostcrawler, guy who is lead design on TBC and Wrath of the Lich King, just had his indie dev MMO shut down. It had blue and red zones. Blue was basically instance party based zones, and red was just normal MMO. Didn't get enough hype, so NetEase canceled it. Blue and red zones. Okay. What was the MMO? Is Ghostcrawler the name of the person who made it, or Ghostcrawler the name of the MMO? Ghostcrawler the name of the person. Never mind. Had blue and red zones. Blue was basically instanced party-based zones. That sounds like Guild Wars. I don't like how they did that in Guild Wars. I'm not a fan of that. That was the one thing about Guild Wars that I really did not like. Is anytime you left the town, it was no longer an MMO. It was just a party-based like RPG. Like if you left the town in a party, your whole party would show up there. Otherwise, you didn't see anyone in the open world. That felt so bad, and I remember being so hyped when Guild Wars 2 strayed from that. But then I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Guild Wars 2. I don't think they didn't do it quite right. But what if you had to go find the skills and hunt for them? Plus that. Yes. E Rising, kind of, yeah. Yeah, there it is. It's called Titan Forged. You can check my auto mod message. Maybe just answer it if you can. If you don't want to allow it through. Hang on. I don't remember how to do that. I don't remember how to do this. Hang on. Wait, I see it. It just showed up in Twitch. Never mind. Real quick, do you guys eat the little hard bit at the end of the banana? Someone told me it's called the devil's butthole. How's that, Brendan? That's what Brendan said. I don't know how to prove it, but I don't really eat bananas because I have a mild intolerance toward them. They make my throat itch. So I only eat them in ice cream. I can eat banana bread. I think there's just something about like eating a raw banana that makes my throat itch. I don't like it. It used to give me a panic attack when I was little. I used to think I was allergic to bananas for a long time. But yeah. I don't know. I think I would cut it off. It's been a long time. Maybe no. I don't. I think I've. Is it hard? Anyway. There it is, called Titan Force. It's level cap 60 with TBC, Wrath of Lich King raised tuned to 60. That doesn't sound like... See, okay, so here's the thing. This is why I don't think Classic Plus is going to do it for me. And this is like, I know a lot of Classic players are hyped about Classic Plus. I get it. And I think if you are an end game like Sweat or whatever playing Classic Plus or Classic, and Classic Plus launches, you're probably thrilled, right? And I get that. I think there's a lot of content for that. That's cool. But for me, that's not what I want out of Classic Plus. For Classic Plus, I want new stuff, right? I don't want the same stuff scaled down to work in Classic. I want new stuff. Like, look at RuneScape. RuneScape is like, hey, do you guys want dragons in the game? You vote yes or no, right? I mean, to be honest, I'm actually not in tune enough to the RuneScape thing to actually really speak on this too much. But I do know they add new content, right? There's new stuff that comes into RuneScape. The community votes on it. If they get a 70% vote, it goes in, right? But it's not just like, hey guys, you know how we have this one feature in RuneScape 3 where you can do this one thing, or there's this one area in there? Do you guys want that in this game? Like, it's all new stuff, right? I don't want to just see features from new era WoW where they just shoehorned it into Classic. That's not Classic Plus to me. That's Classic plus retail, right? I don't know. I'm not interested in that. I love Burning Crusade. I'm so hyped about the Burning Crusade update or launch that's coming out early next year. Like, my goal with my priest right now is I'm level 20. My goal is to hit 60. I want to heal raids, and my goal is to get into Burning Crusade, do the Burning Crusade content and heal those raids too. Like, I do want to experience the full spectrum of what World of Warcraft was in Burning Crusade with my priest. Like, that's my goal right now. I plan on doing that. So don't get me wrong, I love the idea of that. But like, I don't want just that, right? I want new races. I want more zones to explore. I want when Cataclysm came out and they like revamped all the old zones and like changed them up and everything. That was the best, honestly. This is probably very controversial, but I honestly think that's the best expansion Blizzard's ever done because it reworked the original game, right? It made all of that stuff you've explored 100 times over with new characters interesting again. You can explore it again. It's new. Liking Cataclysm is super controversial, but valid. I like that they changed the world because like it was getting so stale. But now instead of changing the world again and evolving it and making it new and exciting, they just keep adding more stuff to go do. Now it's like with Dragon Isles, it's like, you know what? I give up trying to change the old world. Let's just go here instead. Here's a new zone to explore. Go do this instead. This is where you level now from 10 to 60. Go. Like, that's stupid. I don't know. I think it's stupid personally. 10 to 70 actually. Ghostcrawler is the moniker he went by when he worked on TBC Wrath of the Lich King. His MMO was called Project Ghost, just canceled today. Oh, today it just got canceled. Well, I think the way it sounds like a bad design. So I don't know. I also noticed, this is a thing I've noticed recently in like the last 10 years. We see these like Kickstarter games all the time, especially MMOs, where it's like, this is the designer from World of Warcraft or from Blizzard or whatever that did this thing or whatever and this thing, and now he's making this game with his own team that does this. And the games look like garbage. And the reason is because AAA developers don't understand how many hats they have to wear as an indie dev. I know this is super controversial, I'm sure. But I think that whenever you see these games where it's like made by veterans in the AAA industry, players get so hyped because they're like, oh, I love that game. This game's going to be just like it. But it's like, no, it's not. Because now you have a team of 20 people or 15 people or whatever making a game that you're expecting to be the same scale. And the people on the team don't realize how much work there is that goes into a full video game because they've only ever had to wear one hat before. That guy was only ever designed the game. Now he has to like go through and do level design, and he has to go through and do quest design, and he has to go through and like balance all weapons and stuff. And all those were like split up between other people when he worked on that game back in the day, right? So I think that's just my opinion on like why that happens. But it seems like every time I see a game where it's like, this is the veteran of this huge, super blockbuster game that did really well, and now they're making a new game, it's always shit. Like, it always turns out like terrible. Like 9 times out of 10 anyway. Like, it's always like, why does this look so shit? Like, this looks like super bad. Like, I've seen so many indie games that look so much better than this, right? Most of those games anyway. That's my opinion of that. We're really in the weeds here. PvP is dangerous. We can't let the PvPers ruin the ecosystem. Yeah, that is dangerous. I don't even know how you like do that. Oh, you know what? I actually have an idea for this, Moz. I actually think one of my favorite things about my brain Overwatch when I used to play it was like the karma system, and they really didn't do much, but I loved like upvoting people. And I truly think that if we build an upvote sort of system where you can like give karma to other players you play with who you like, that like upvotes them, so then like you can see like a karma score over their head or something, like when you click on them or whatever, some sort of karma score, even if it gives them like even if it doesn't do anything but just like has a visual score, then other players will be like, oh, that guy has a lot of karma, I'll play with him, right? Or I'll invite him to the group or whatever. Or you might see someone who has like maybe negative karma if you can do downvote, or maybe they don't have any at all. Negative karma might lead to like trolling and stuff. I don't know. But anyway, no karma at all, and you're like, I'm kind of sketchy. I don't know if I trust you. Go play with some more people first before like you can come into the dungeon or whatever, right? I feel like some sort of like karma system like that is like a way where the community can police itself. Maybe this is also a terrible idea, and it'll lead to like ostracizing like new players and stuff. I don't know. It just seems like a karma score would be a good idea, even if it's like a rolling karma score where like falls off. So if you do get like heavily downvoted, or if you like, you know, aren't like get like super upvoted for like a week and then like don't play for 2 weeks, you know, you have to build it back up. Like in is it Overwatch something you have? Like that number goes up, but then if you don't play for a while, it falls back off and you have to level it back up. And I don't remember what it does, but I feel like if you did something like that, like maybe you like get priority in like dungeon queues or something like that. Maybe there's no dungeon queues. We don't do dungeon queues. I don't want to do LFG stuff. We're not doing that. Never mind. But if there was things like that, like if your karma system like had a very, very mild effect on like something in the game, I feel like that would be a really cool way for the communities to police itself. Obviously, you could also like report people, right? Like if someone's being an asshole, just report them. Okay, typically throw that little bit away. Okay, sure, throw it away. Why not? I don't think it's hurting anyone if you throw away the devil's butthole there, Brendan. Sorry, just pulling back to that one now. Okay, an MMO where level 20 is just the prologue, quick, satisfying leveling, then it becomes a leveling social sandbox. Discover skills out in the world and rank them up by using them. Form synergize parties and guilds, build homes, master professions, craft real gear, hunt elite bosses, trade, scheme, and shape the world together. Easy to jump in, endless to master. Yeah, I think I'm happy with most of that. Most of it. The only thing that kind of makes me worried a little bit is the build homes. I know you like the housing aspect. I want to prototype the hell out of it. Let's prototype it, see what it feels like before we lock it in. That's all I'm asking. Housing became one of the biggest headaches in Swords and Magic. I honestly kind of wish we didn't even do it. So like I'm on board with prototyping it and making sure it feels good, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on it yet. Is all I'm saying. We haven't done anything for like an hour, which is fine. We're just talking, which is why we have such an active chat today. I was gonna say a bunch of people, we only 23, but that's okay. 23 active people. Ghost Crawlers MMO looked awful, to be honest. Did it look okay? So what part of it looked awful? Was it the design, or was it actually like just awful looking? I love that Brendan's like every like 10 messages is just him talking about the tip of the banana. It's not, it's just that I'm so slow at catching up with chat that that's all I'm reading. I also want new stuff for Classic Plus, but in terms of content creation, it's definitely much cheaper to bring the further XPAC stuff into vanilla, tune it, and allow for... Yeah, but here's the thing, dude, like, Blizzard has billions of dollars. It's Blizzard Activision. They have billions of dollars. Who cares if it's cheaper? That's why RuneScape is working. So old school RuneScape is adding new content that they're building. I mean, yes, first of all, adding content to RuneScape is probably like, you know, really, really cheap. Because like, look at the game, which is fine. That's the aesthetic. But even like old school WoW, like it's not that crazy. You know what I mean? Like we're literally gonna make that, right? Like we're working on it right now. We've already got like the basics of like this character done, right? Like we're working on that same concept, the same like system they're using. So I know it's not that hard to make because I can do it solo. This part anyway. So I know they can build new environments and stuff without, you know, I'm sure not even dropping, you know, 50K. Easy. But also like RuneScape, so old school RuneScape, and I don't know if this is true, this is what I heard. I heard the old school RuneScape is not making like 10% of the money that RuneScape makes. And I think I might have actually been fact checked on this recently, so take this with a grain of salt. But I heard that RuneScape 3 is where all the money is coming from, and it's essentially funding old school RuneScape. And they're doing old school RuneScape just as a passion thing, like to say thank you to the fans, like because the fans want it. But then again, I know they have a lot of players in old school RuneScape, but I don't know if that's actually true if they're not making any money from it. But regardless, the point is that's a bullshit excuse. Blizzard has so much money. There's no reason they cannot be adding new content to Classic WoW. They just can. Here's the thing that scares me, and I think the reason they're not doing it is because what happens when they get to the point where they've added too much, right? And then it like there's going to be a tipping point, right? You're like going up a ramp and there's going to be a point where it starts to tip and you realize like, this is just as bloated as retail now, right? So that is what's scary. OSRS is what all the streamers play. Yep, it is. I don't think I've ever seen anyone play RuneScape 3. I tried it once like years and years ago. I think it was like 30 minutes and I was like, not sure I like this. Are you watching JSH on YouTube? What's JSH? He's creating a lot of MMO videos. Don't want to write his full name because it's kind of an advertisement, I guess. You can write it, it's okay. Link it, I don't care. Josh Strife Hayes, that's who you're talking about. Yes, I love Josh Strife Hayes. I do watch him. I haven't seen any of his newer stuff though. Yeah, he plays a lot of like dead MMOs and like small MMOs and stuff. I 100% hope that he plays our game one day. But yeah, you guys don't worry about advertising for people. It's fine. I mean, as long as you're not like spamming, you know, like check out my game, buy it now. Like that's fine. Borrow from the Sword Art Online's ideas. They had a green icon above their health. If you kill a player, then for a set amount of time, the icon turns red so everyone can see you are a player killer. Oh yeah, so I like that too. I've actually seen something like that in other games too. I actually think we make that more immersive and we make it a bounty system where you can like hire other players to go get revenge. I think that would be sick, right? So we make that way more than just an icon. Like, yes, you are flagged as like a player killer, and that's cool. Love that. But now there's way more involved than just being a player killer. Now you have to worry about other players hunting you down. And maybe there's a bounty, right? Like there's a bounty above your head. And maybe players set the bounty or whatever. I don't know. UO did it like that. Yeah, I love that. Like some sort of bounty system where maybe it's not even player driven. Maybe players have to flag it, right? So players can be like, oh, it was an accident, it's cool, or like we're dueling, whatever, something, who cares? But if they flag you, like they're like pissed that you like killed them, they can flag you and set a bounty or something, and then maybe the game like takes over and does it, and the game like sets a reward based on their level or based on how many times they've been flagged as a player killer or whatever, and that bounty goes up and up and up until they finally get killed, you know, something like that. So like players have an incentive to hunt you down and kill you. And there like maybe there's bounty boards in like each town or each zone or something you can interact with to see a list of all the players that, you know, that would be really cool. PKs as in I'm killing innocent players in the wild. Yeah. Oh, if there's a bounty, there has to be stat loss for PKs. Yeah, I guess there has to be some sort of drawback. Otherwise, players will do it to make money, right? You'll cheese the system. What if, you know, that would, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Arcade did this. They even teleported you to jail, and community members who want to are teleported to be the judge, jury. Also love the jail idea. Really love the jail idea. I think, what if it's I love the idea, man, I really love the idea of a bounty system, and if someone kills you while you have a bounty, then you get sent to jail. That would be sick. Because then, like, so that's enough of a drawback that, like, oh, great, here we go. No stat loss. What if the money that you get paid comes out of the player's gold who you killed? Problem solved. right? You get a percentage of their gold like from killing them. They pay their own bounty. That's the way you do it. And then you throw them in jail. Well, if they have no gold, then they spend time in jail. They're not gonna have no gold. Like, also keep in mind that we're probably gonna have to have zones that are like, this is a contested territory, right? So here's what I have in mind. I think Blizzard did something really magical having Horde and Alliance, right? You have these two groups of players who like share the same love for the game, but also they know that they're enemies, right? Like in certain ways. I think that's really cool. But the problem with an indie MMO with a split player base is that you have a split player base, right? So I don't love the idea of having this like perfectly split player base. So I think what we should do is we have two factions, but they have a fragile peace. So like we have zones in the game where you can flag for PvP, or maybe that zone is PvP and they're smaller zones or whatever. Who knows? They have to be neutral zones where both factions need to be there. But I think for the most part, we share zones with both factions, and it's just known that they're peaceful right now. So you can group together, etc., play together, whatever. And then in these certain zones, that's when PvP becomes flagged. And maybe you can like still be peaceful, right? Maybe you can just kill each other. Maybe if you're not in a party or whatever, you can still kill each other if you want to. Because that would be a way to do it. Honestly, we could even have like a mode where you're always flagged for PvP, and even players of the same faction could kill you. And maybe you get bonus experience or something playing like that, right? So like, because it adds some, adds some threat or whatever. That would be really cool too. Most games, what if it makes the PKer life harder? The more player kills / higher bounty, the less shopkeepers like them. That's a really good idea too. Maybe like, yeah, like you're a criminal, right? So maybe like guards attack you, maybe like all those things, right? Guards attack you, you can't go into town, like NPCs won't talk to you, they run away from you, whatever, etc. Like that's a great idea. I love that system. Because what that means is you can do PvP. And I also think that players should have to flag you, right? So like if you're like say you attack someone, right? Say you're out in the wild and you're like, you just want to play in PvP. So you like see someone you want to kill, so you attack them and you kill them. I don't know if you even get anything from it. Maybe you just get some honor points or something, I think like honorable kills or something like that in World of Warcraft. I don't know what that does. Maybe you turn in for gear or something. Maybe it's like visual gear or something. Who knows? Maybe it's titles. Who knows? Anyway, so you attack them and then they kill you, right? Like that would be pretty messed up for you to then flag them, like to have a bounty on there, to give them a bounty, right? So there'd have to be a system for that. Like how do you flag? I do think that needs to be player flagged, right? But maybe you can't flag them if you attack them first. That's just how we do it. So if they attack you first and they kill you, you can flag them, and then they like you're reporting them to the guards, right? Maybe you just go to like the bounty board and you pay like a minimal amount of gold or whatever, and it adds them to the board if they killed you recently. You can't enter with cities, you're flagged everywhere. Yeah. What if character creation isn't tied to faction? Yeah, no, I think so. And you can just join or leave them in town, maybe even have a rep system or something. There's benefits for being in faction. Yeah, so the original like lore idea was that each faction was tied to a set of gods. And then if you didn't worship any of those gods, not necessarily worship, but like if you weren't like bound to those gods or something, then you were oath broken, right? You're an oath breaker because you didn't have an oath to any of the gods. And then you would have permadeath because then the gods wouldn't resurrect you. That was the lore idea they came up with forever ago. So if you wanted to play a permadeath character, you would play an oath broken character or oathbreaker character or something, and then you wouldn't have, you couldn't resurrect because the gods wouldn't be there for you to resurrect. So I'm fine with like being able to switch factions or whatever, or like have reputation between factions or whatever. That's cool with me too. I also like the idea that you kind of like, maybe we start in a neutral zone and then you choose which direction to go, like Skyrim style, like maybe you get a quest for each one, or you get a quest to choose to go to one faction city or whatever. I don't know, something like that would be cool too. Faction PvP is consensual. If we ever have an area where people can just flag up and attack each other, that would be PKing consensual murder. Yes. Yeah, I think if there's like a contested territory, then that would be silly to have like bounties there. Well, maybe not actually. Like, imagine like going to a contested territory to just quest, right? And then another player from another faction or whatever, whoever, just keeps killing you over and over again, right? That would be a really good time to have a bounty, right? If you just keep getting, like PK'd in a zone like that, then that's a really good bounty time. WoW tried this, right? World quests / dailies in certain areas that were auto flag PvP, but you don't have to go do them. Yes, yeah, I think that's perfect. I think the way Classic WoW does it is really good. Honestly, Classic WoW does it in a way you actually do have to go to those zones, don't you? Can you avoid going to contested territories? Like, I don't play on PvP servers very often, so I don't have to worry about it. But if you're playing on a PvP server, you have to go to those contested territories, right? We have to build this in a way that makes sense because we can't have like a PvP versus non-PvP server. Like, we're not gonna have enough players to justify that kind of stuff, right? I don't think we can do that. I think it'll have to be like you have to flag yourself. Maybe. But yeah, love the jail system, love the bounty system. I think those are great additions that add social elements to PvP, to world PvP. So then what if you add where the factions list under PvP and PvE depending on what god they worship? You can deepen lore and people can choose PvP and PvE and switch when they want. Have where the factions list under PvP and PvE. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Trouble Trouts. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Are you saying that certain gods would allow PvP and other gods would be more PvE focused? So you would have to like choose which god to like make an oath to, and that would determine if you do PvP or not? That's kind of cool. I do like that. I like the gods feature in this. I think it adds like a level of like an abstract level above everything else that like gives you like this power to like do a lot of cool things that you don't have to like really explain. You know what I mean? Like Swords and Magic, we didn't have gods. We had spirits, but the only reason spirits showed up is because we needed more mystical forces to be able to like pull strings. Like there was like I just couldn't like justify certain things. Like how do we make this make sense without some sort of like magical being that can do it? So it was like, let's just add spirits in. And I didn't want to do gods. I was trying really hard to avoid gods in the game. So there's no gods in Swords of Magic, just spirits. But this game, it's more mature. I think I love the idea of having like different gods who like almost like Greek gods kind of, you know, like there's like a god of like death and a god of like revenge or whatever. Like that kind of stuff is cool to me. They don't necessarily have to be like defined like that. It can just be like a god and then this is the things they like, their traits, whatever. But yeah, you know what I mean. I meant in Wrath of the Lich King and beyond, there were areas like inside Grizzly Hills where there was a logging camp that had dailies, and when you arrived, it auto flags you. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been a long time since I played Wrath of the Lich King content. Grizzly Hills, best zone in the game. I think. Yeah, in fact, Grizzly Hills like was almost 100% of the inspiration for Delver's Pass and Swords of Magic. One cool thing about the court process trial system in Arcade is that it was broadcast server wide. You could turn off this channel. The PK accused was given a chance to plead his case. Judge, player also talks, and the jury decides their fate. It's always kind of funny to read as it's all player driven. I do like that. I think it'd be cooler if it was like you get teleported to an actual like courtroom of sorts, right? I think that'd be cool. And then it's all like locally done and players can come in and watch. Like that'd be cool. But also, I also feel like this could get really annoying. And like, obviously I love the RP element of it, right? Like that's a really cool like RP standpoint, but it could also be like super irritating. Yeah. Also, like, what happens if you want to have a trial, because you're like, you know, the victim or whatever, but there's not enough players, or like no one's interested in being like the judge or the jury or whatever. Maybe that's why they do like global, so people could just like anyone can just vote. We have to do some sort of incentive, right? Like maybe you get like maybe it's like a vote by mail sort of system. Where like maybe you get like a letter in the mail or something, and you can like vote, and then you get like some coins, you get some gold or something. Or maybe it's something that just like pops up on the HUD, and you can like click on it, and it's like, I don't know, something like that. Just some way where you get like rewarded by like a few copper to like be the jury or something to vote. Anyway, players involved, judge, jury, PKer were teleported to a physical courthouse. Okay, but it was broadcast in case you wanted to read it and didn't want to go. Okay, yeah, no, I love that. I think it was an opt-in system. Do you mean an opt-in system like you didn't, like even if you were the accused, you didn't have to go, you could opt out? Or did it force you to go if you were the accused? Maybe players can earn titles, which gives them money weekly to give incentive to being a judge. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I think getting paid to do, like, first of all, in real life, so here in Washington, where I live, Washington State, they did a trial run where they paid jurors during trials. So people who like had to do jury duty got paid for it. That was a really cool idea. And then when we moved here and we first got jury duty, they had just got rid of it like a month before. So I guess it didn't work very well. But I do think there's something there about like just pay people for their time. You know, if you're gonna be a juror in a video game, then you should probably get paid for it or get some sort of like benefit, you know. But anyway, guys, we have an ad coming up in 13 seconds. I'm gonna snooze it, but I think I'm gonna go get lunch. We are dwindling down here. I want to get some more work done, but I can't concentrate while we're chatting so much. Honestly, I'm not complaining. I love having this many people in here and like being able to chat and stuff. I want to fix this stupid thing so bad. Sorry, we're gonna fix this really quick, and then I want to I don't think we can fix it like this because I think I've screwed this up. Yep, I screwed up. Okay, whatever. I'll fix it later. Anyway, yeah, been a great stream. Really fun. Ryu, if you're in here still, thank you so much for your donation. That was crazy generous of you. I'm very excited to work on in a 3D coat, and I will probably be in contact with you to ask you for tips and pointers and stuff. Anyway, if anyone else, if you guys like the content and you want to support it, you can check out our Patreon. There's nothing on there about the MMO yet, but if you sign up, I'm probably gonna be making a $5 tier where you get inside information about it, and then as soon as the pre-alpha goes live, you'll get access. Will just be like a monthly sub via Patreon. I think. I don't even know if this is possible yet. This is something I have to talk to Golfer about, make sure that we can like set this up some way. But I'm sure we can do it somehow. Anyway, but you can sign up on Patreon anyway to help me out if you want to. Otherwise, you can sub on here, or you can like or follow, whatever, like the stream, I think, on YouTube. I don't know, subscribe on YouTube if you want to. I don't know. I'm probably gonna be making some YouTube content on this short here soon, eventually, the next few months probably. I don't know yet. I'm not sure when we'll set this up. I kind of want something playable first. I feel like something playable before we launch this is a good idea. But anyway, I'm out of here. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I will see you on Tuesday when I stream again. Unless I get a random wild hair and stream tomorrow, which sometimes I do on Fridays, so we'll see what happens. It depends on what I'm working on and if I feel like streaming and chatting all day long instead of working. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna raid anyone. I think we're just gonna end it. You guys can go find something to do, unless you have a suggestion for raiding right now. You have like 3 seconds to name someone and I will raid them. Otherwise, I'm not going to. But yeah, thanks so much for all the feedback, and I am excited to talk more about this. I did make a channel in the Discord for this. Feel free to drop any and all ideas, ask questions, post screenshots of games with features you like or art you like, whatever. This game is, we're so much in the blue sky phase right now that like anything you add in there will be taken into consideration, I'm sure. So feel free to go chat in there. Plus, I love talking about this right now because it's so exciting and new. So it like makes my day when I see like a notification in there or like it lit up and I knew there's something in there to read. So anyway, yeah, check it out on Discord. I will see you guys next time. Bye. The worst timing ever. Sorry, Tendar. We're just ending. I will maybe back tomorrow, but for sure back on Tuesday. So sorry about that. Bye.